Well, good evening, and welcome everyone to the fourth Reston Association Board Budget Development Work Session. I think at our last budget meeting, some of the board members asked me to invite John Higgins to this budget meeting, and I did invite John. However, John said unfortunately he could not join us tonight because he was going to be in Gainesville playing golf, but I think not. The goal of this meeting is to provide the Reston Association Board of Directors the opportunity to provide guidance to the RA staff as to what should or should not be included in the second draft of the 2016-2017 operating and capital budgets. While the board will not be making any formal decisions this evening, we will be discussing important matters that will provide direction to the staff for the second draft of the 2016-2017 budgets. However, before we get started, I would like to give any members present this evening the opportunity to provide their comments regarding the budget development process. However, before we do that, I think we have a member who has signed up to speak, and then we'll ask the board members for their comments. James Dean?
Actually, thank you, but I was able to speak with Cate before the meeting, and she was of help, so I won't need to speak.
Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So why don't we start with Ray?
Yes, I'm interested in how the evening progresses. I'm looking forward to it. There's a lot of great information in here. Thank you for everybody who supplied it. Multicultural Festival was great, and that's enough for me tonight.
Okay. Eve?
I think this has been actually one of the best budget processes that I've ever been through. Really thanks to Cate and the staff for pulling together such a huge amount of data in a way that makes it so we can process it. You know, it's a lot of information, and this is very helpful.
Okay. Mike?
I wanted to echo those comments as well. I think the staff has been very responsive and appreciate all the work that you've done to pull this together for us. Also wanted to mention that I did attend Robert Simon's event on Friday night, and it was just very, very tastefully done. It was just a very moving experience. So Eve, I know you were involved in some capacity, so thank you for that.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure to do.
Juliet, I realize you just came in. Are you prepared to speak, or do you want me to Dannielle to speak and then come back to you?
Come back.
Okay, Dannielle?
Ditto. Thank you, Robert, for still talking to me after all of this, and Sabrina for making it look pretty, and just been very busy out talking to a lot of my neighbors and about the budget process, getting their views, what they like and don't like about Reston. So very much looking forward to tonight.
Okay. Julie?
My turn. Echo the Robert E. Simon commemoration on Friday night. It was very wonderfully done, and great to hear those stories about people who grew up in Reston when there was very little here. So that was a great thing to share with friends who also are very loving of Reston and the magical qualities of Reston. I think the budget process is certainly a difficult one as we aim yet to achieve what our neighbors and friends and family want, and yet be cognizant of the responsibility that we have. I thank Dannielle and Rob for the work and the staff in helping us better understand what's behind all the things that make our community work. So I look forward to tonight. Sorry I'm late.
Okay. Will, would you like to introduce yourself?
Good evening, everyone. For those I haven't met yet, I'm Will Washington with Chadwick Washington. I'm that guy, Ken's sidekick and I'm glad to be here in Ken's stead this evening, and as Ken would say, I'm glad to be here.
Kate?
I don't want to get in trouble with Sean if I don't have the microphone on. So, no, it's our pleasure to have put the information together. I'm excited about tonight because I think Dannielle and Robert did put a lot of effort into the presentation you're going to hear, as did Laura, because we're going to be picking up where we left off, and you'll be able to see some good information on that. And look forward to getting directions so that we can deliver to you the next draft for later this month. So we're looking forward to this evening.
Okay. I would like to also echo the thanks to the senior leadership staff, to Kate, to Dannielle, to the fiscal committee. This, I know, is a humongous process, but it's a great opportunity as well. So I'd like to say thank you so much for all of the hard work and effort, and Sabrina, for all your hard work and effort that you put into it. This evening, we'll pick up where we left off after our last meeting to complete our review of the potential budget adjustments to the functional areas of aquatics, camps, and events, and senior programs. After we finish this task with our treasurer, Dannielle La Rosa, who will provide us with an overview on reserve funding and engage us in a cash analysis discussion, which will be extremely interesting. Our CEO, Kate, will then provide information on the proposed 2016 capital project list. Then we will finish up the evening by determining what budget priorities should be included in the 2016-2017 budgets. As you can see, we still have much to do, and we need to accomplish this evening to provide staff with clear direction on what should or should not be included in the next budget draft. So I'd like to ask a couple things of the directors of the board, that you listen carefully to each other. And please be respectful of each other's perspectives. That we focus on working as a team. We are family, whether we want to be or not, for the good of the whole community. And that we focus on the mission or goal of this evening's meeting to provide clear direction to staff. Kate, at this point, I'm going to turn the floor over to you to facilitate our discussion and help us complete our review of the potential budgets, adjustments to the functional areas of aquatics, camps, and events, senior programs. Kate, the floor is yours.
So when we last left where we were in our look at you all took the opportunity to rank, what was important to you, what do you think should stay or be removed from the budget. You gave a lot of great input with regard to aquatics. One of the things I wanted to start with first is Laura did some homework. We were talking about changing the hours of operations at pools, especially those that were underutilized. She's done some great work, and I wanted to start with that section. There's really, you do have a little bit of a choice here, where we're talking about, these are opportunities for you to say, hey, let's take that direction where we've got a cost savings to the organization. So she's put a lot of time into that. I do want to let you know we were literally finishing tweaking this presentation and Dannielle's almost up till 4 o'clock, 4:30 today on both presentations. I just loaded both of those presentations in your Dropbox, so if you want to refresh, they're there. I will make sure that those presentations get up on the website as well. I'll be sending that out. But I want to turn the floor over to Laura to talk about the aquatics and what she did when we were looking at those options for changing pool hours and what the impact would be on the assessment. And she's got some choices for you to make on that. Laura?
Thank you. Happy rainy evening to all of you. So the first up is aquatics, and as Kate said, we wanted to bring to you the changes to the pool schedule. We looked at, there are two areas that you said, yes, go, that sounds good. The first one in your packet, the colorful packet, was option number 2, and that was from Memorial Day through Fairfax County Schools being let out in June. The second was mid-August through Labor Day, that very end of the season, and then talk about the additional revenue potential for renting the facilities out if we were to close an additional day. So just to jog your memory there. Okay, so this is really busy, and I apologize, and it's in your Dropbox. I could not figure out a way to make the original schedule, or 2015 schedule, and the new proposed look very nice on the screen.
Yes.
Do you have those to pass around?
Hard copies of this.
Oh, no, are you, okay.
You already have, you got this last
It's in there.
time.
It's in the,
Okay.
This, or do you mean what's on the screen?
No,
Okay.
I didn't, but I'll go to Dropbox.
The
to get that.
colorful
Yes.
aquatics we got last time.
The one that we didn't bring this time.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad. Maybe I can.
No, it's fine. Is it in the box, Dropbox from last time?
Not the, well, it would have been, yes. The answer to the question is yes, it would have been in your last packet.
Great.
You wouldn't have had the color schemes in it, but it was in your last packet from September the 16th.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Nope, no problem.
Okay, let me start with what option 1 was. What that was eliminate pre-Memorial Day hours, the 2 heated pools. You said keep that in. Option 2 is those 2 weeks before school is out. Memorial Day through public schools, and that's what we're looking at here with option 2. On the left is the 2015 current schedule, and then on the right is the recommended schedule. I'm going to talk and highlight the biggest changes, so don't worry about seeing it and how small it is. But what you will see in red are a reduction in hours. And then what you see in blue is an expansion of hours based on those things that you said were valuable last time. And I will tell you that our staff watched the budget work session last week about 3 or 4 times to make sure that they captured what you were saying and made sure they took all of the things into consideration. So the first thing you said was to not eliminate the morning and evening swims for the drop-in fitness, that was an added value. You wanted to see 1 pool in each district open. You wanted to maintain the heated facilities because that was a value, and staff agreed it would be a waste to close it and open it and close it and open it. Take into consideration the popular amenities, and if there are some facilities that could absorb the capacity if we were to close pools down. So you'll see Lake Newport here, you'll see Glade here, and some of the other facilities would not remain open. And then usage. We took a look at the usage, and you'll see there's, for example, Newbridge Pool on a weekend on the recommended schedule. Oh, I guess I could do this, couldn't I? Oh, I can't on the TV. Okay, Newbridge, it was open from 11 to 7, but we've reduced those hours to noon to 7 on a weekend because we found that very first hour that they're open, there really is not a lot of people. A majority of people come to the facility at noon. So those are the kinds of things that we took into consideration with this schedule. Looking at the budget impact, our original submission that you had in your colorful packet showed a savings of $10,500 at 51-cent savings on the assessment. This recommended schedule is slightly more of a savings, $10,800, about 52-cent savings. So those are the adjustments that were made. In the discussions with staff, here are the dollars, and this is what we need to save. Let's create this schedule. And one of our staff members says, "Well, what about Friday nights? Maybe we should let the board know that another option, a customer service option, may be to consider keeping the pools open Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and not just closing throughout the entire week." So we put that up there for you to consider. It is not as much of a savings. It's only about 35 cents, but during that time, kids and families may not be going to the pool as much Monday through Thursday, but on a Friday night and Saturday and Sunday. So it's just something for you to consider.
So why don't we pause on this because there's a decision point for you all looking at the savings that could be achieved by changing pool hours. So the original submission was just a little over 10,000. The recommended schedule shows, again, just a little bit more than 10,000, and that's with closed Monday through Friday with those selected facilities, and open Saturday and Sunday. And the last option that staff wants to put on the table is opening Friday through Sunday, closed Monday through Thursday, and what the savings on that is and what your preference is. Dannielle has a question.
So I like the recommended schedule. The next option, customer service option, include Friday. So recommended has it closed 5 days a week, Monday through Friday? Or
Correct.
alterations, Monday through Friday?
Where the pools that are now shown as closed, that's closed Monday through Friday.
So if we included Friday, wouldn't that cost us money?
We're adding money back in, we're adding staff for Friday night, and so instead of $10,819
Oh, I see what you're saying.
in savings, it's only $7,000.
Got it.
Okay.
Sorry, it's a messy slide. It's tough
Any
to
other questions?
cram it in.
So adding Friday night in for the currently.
We can't hear you, Julie.
Adding Friday night in for the currently closed pools
Right,
takes me to the 7,000 figure.
correct.
Any other questions?
What's the recommendation from staff?
He gave us a job for the recommended schedule, but we're just bringing that customer service. We're imagining what phone calls we might get, what requests we might get. Well, if you can't keep the pool open, if you really are going to open on weekends, how about Friday nights? That was just one thing that came up.
What is the usage? I'm sorry.
Mm-hmm.
The usage on Friday nights is
Yeah.
higher than Monday through Thursday. Not by much.
Anyone else? Ray?
The dollars don't seem to be that much, but just in general, I don't mind approving things if it's a little bit higher, but I know in government contracting and corporate contracting that when you give somebody an appropriation, they have a way to think that they have to spend the entire amount. If I could trust the staff with the actual ceiling limit and then trust them to come up with options that are going to save us money here and there, I'm all for it. I'd rather keep it that flexible. Maybe I'm being foolish to trust that. That's just my opinion.
Julie, did I see you with your hand up? No? Danielle, I'm sorry.
I think I had a question similar to Ray is, can't we go in with the customer service option or this recommended schedule change? And if you get lots of calls, you have the flexibility to open it. I just think it might be better. Staff that's on the front line, they might know.
So then I would recommend budgeting for the,
Friday.
it costs staff dollars, so if we do get a call and we want to open it, it will cost money. But you can have a Friday night fun, just make sure we have the dollars to open if we do get requests.
Eve?
I think I don't like the idea of of being reactionary and going, oh, only kidding, we'll be open. I think it's better to say, okay, we're taking these cost savings measures because the usage is low, but we want to have the maximum opportunity for usage when people are available to use it. And if it's low on Friday, then we should promote the use on Friday. We should. So I think we should be clear and have a clear message and go forward.
Yeah.
Whatever it is, either too bad for Friday or good for Friday.
Good Friday.
Julie?
I think we ought to keep Friday night open. I think by just even taking the step of closing some of the pools during that period of time, that's already a change to the neighborhoods. And I know it's $3,000, but it's $3,000 versus I think as we shift to try to understand how best to utilize our pools for maximum, I think that a gradual change is probably better from an outpouring. And I think that we need to do more in terms of encouraging participation on those Friday nights in between. And maybe it's through parties or themes, some way that we can increase.
Can I ask one more thing on this?
Sure.
The kind of money we're talking about cutting is basically, I assume, the younger people working less hours. That's where the savings is.
Mm-hmm.
Then why don't we just spend the money? it's a good cause. The people need the money, and let's keep these pools open.
Laura, can I ask an overall question? I was
Sure.
looking at the usage of pools and looks like it has keeps going down. Is that because of the age demographic shift in our community? We have less young families.
I think that a majority of the shift is also due to the calendar year. And I don't think I have the packet with me where we showed from one season to the next, but there's shorter operating days too every few years, so there's a bigger drop from last year to this
Okay.
year, and it just depends.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, Danielle.
The data you pulled together was wonderful. So, and if you look over the past 4 or 5 years, it's dropped 17.5%. That's significant, and I'm not sure, I don't know if we've dropped the number of days, 17.5. So I feel like something else is going on.
Right.
Additionally, the sales from members over the past 10 years has
Right.
significantly dropped off.
Mhm.
So I just feel like that really needs focus. What is happening with
Yeah.
our pools?
Is that because it's an affordability issue?
I've had a lot of friends, I've had some friends actually suggest, why don't we get a few members together and tell them what they like and don't like about the pool.
Mm-hmm.
Send them to Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee.
Okay.
That's right.
Yeah. But I'm just wondering if it's like a population shift. I don't know.
Demographics.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Why don't we ask the people who work at the pools next year, the kids that are working there? Are you seeing, why are people coming, why are they not coming?
Mm-hmm.
If some way we can get to that, but that's separate from a budget issue
Yeah.
to me. This is not a lot of money, and the kids need the work. It's summertime.
So can I ask Larry, with the survey, will some of these questions be answered the Parks and Recreation
Not
survey?
directly.
Okay.
We can look at the demographics separately.
Okay.
That data is available, annually by the county, working with the census and the.
Yeah. I think that would be a great idea.
Live survey.
Yes, ma'am.
So, I agree with Larry. To understand why pool usage has gone down over the years, to look at that data, we're not going to solve that between now and November.
No.
That's going to take more of a conversation.
Mhm.
So tonight, what we need to find out from you is, do you want to make a change to the schedule or not? And if you do, which of those options? Are you interested if you do want to make a change? Just so that we can include that in on the budget. So that would be helpful to us. We do know, like, as we indicated from that last meeting that we had on the 16th, that we absolutely do need to take a deeper dive, and that we definitely want to involve the Parks Recreation Advisory Committee on that, use that GMU study, get more data as to kind of what's going on. So just need to know what direction you'd like to go on tonight with regard to closing these facilities on certain days of the week, keeping them open, or do you just want to keep them all open 7 days? And these are the lower use pools in the different districts.
Okay. So do we want to go around the room, or how do we want to do this?
I think that would be best.
Okay. Julie, are you ready?
Am I being asked which option between 2, 3, and 4?
Right.
I thought we were already.
No, up here, you're being, to keep the original schedule moved to the recommended only weekends, or add Friday nights.
The Friday night customer service option.
Okay.
Same.
Same for me.
Likewise.
Who? Yes?
And me, yes.
Ray?
Yeah, same.
Okay. All right.
Great. Thank you for the
Thank you,
direction
Laura.
on that. Okay.
Good job.
So without objection, we will include that in our next round of numbers.
Okay.
Thank you. Okay, next, option 3 in your colorful packet was to ask the question if during our main season, should we close every pool 2 days a week as opposed to just one, a Memorial Day through Labor Day. And when we say that we have a pool that is closed to the public, it's not really closed. That's when we have rentals. So should we add an additional day for rentals? And last week, where we are with planning and evaluation, last week we just had a survey go out to our rental groups, 26 organizations that would be the first people that we would tap into. We have about 11 back. So what I would ask is that if maybe we can wait until we receive that information and make sure that those people that had expressed interest, that what are you looking for?
That's on option 3.
Option 3.
Okay.
So the interesting part about option 3 is you close them for public use, but you open them for private use and you're generating revenue. So there's an
Right.
opportunity there for us to gain revenue, and Laura and her team just want to take the opportunity to get the input from our 26 existing paying revenue-generating organizations to see whether or not that would be of interest to them and be advantageous to us.
So Laura, when do you expect to get that info?
Within the next couple of weeks.
Okay. Julie?
It's probably in the previous package, but how many days have we done, how many days have we rented out in the last year? In this past season, how many rental days did we actually have combined overall?
Each pool has 1 day that they're closed,
Yeah.
and
Maybe
Was there a rent-
let us get back to you on that. Is that fair? Because you type that and we'll make sure that we get it clear. Because I want to make sure we got a solid answer for you on that. Does that help?
I can tell you how many rental days for 2016 based on the budget that we've submitted. Is that better than what we did last year? I'll get
So
back.
Let's get back to
You've
them on
done
this
an
one.
estimate of what you think 2016 will be.
Not including this. That's the qualifier. So
Right.
what we've got in the current budget is what we had in draft, or the first draft. So it doesn't include the possibility of adding additional rentals yet.
Right. But I was looking for the historical.
She is interested in history, so we do
Okay,
want to
we'll get
have
that.
what this year, maybe 2014 and 15 look like. And then what we're projecting for 16 and whatever we learn after we hear back from the 26 organizations. Fair? Good.
Okay.
Okay, option 4.
Okay.
Okay, option 4 is to close. This was the option where we have our main season and then we move into closing half of the pools down. So it's taking that closure and advancing it 1 week, closing down 1 week earlier. And the question was, what would that do to our revenue? And we went back to the schedule and looked at the recommended schedule moving forward, and it would not impact revenue. The rentals that we do have, we would be able to move to a different facility, and we still would have capacity for patron use. So if you, in this colorful packet, option 4 was a savings of $20,629, about $1 to the assessment, and that's advancing that by 1 week.
Okay. Any questions or comments on that? Yes, Danielle?
What is the current date now, and what would it be moved up?
So it'd be about August 15th, so we'll be moving it about 1 week earlier.
For all the pools, or just?
To move from the main season into our season 4, where you all recommended going down to 4 facilities.
So August 7th, roughly? Okay. I actually think
Second
that's
week in
terrible,
August.
but I think that's crazy early. I would be against that.
Okay.
So just to be clear, August the 7th, we would have only 4 facilities open after August the 7th.
One in each district.
Correct.
Oh, yeah, okay. Julie, I see you shaking.
No, I was thinking you were suggesting moving from the last week of August into the third week of August.
That's what I thought too.
Yeah.
I didn't know you were
August 7th.
suggesting going from mid to the beginning. I mean, everyone takes their summer vacations basically the end of July and
Well,
August,
we
and
were
people are
asked to
doing
show a
stay
savings,
home,
and
right?
that's what that was a big chunk, 1 week.
Mhm.
Okay. Abe?
Yeah, I mean, my children are grown, but but oh my goodness, I cannot imagine if I hadn't had the pool to send them there for the last few weeks of August. I'd lose my mind.
Right?
I have nothing to add.
Yeah. Yeah.
Usage, any sense of what the usage is?
During that week in August, the usage does start to decline. Usage in August is typically less than the previous months.
Yeah.
So
I think that there are enough changes that we're going to get, I would suggest we just monitor, survey what the comments are as a result.
So,
For clarity then, yeah, go ahead.
Will, so without objection, I guess Ray did not comment. I think we are going to decline option 4.
That is I think that's the question on the
Yeah.
table, is say, no, you want to
Yeah.
leave those pools
Schedule
open
as
during that
is.
week.
Julie?
Correct, leave the schedule as it's been.
Leave it as it is.
Because it,
Eve?
I agree.
Ray?
Yeah, I'm good
As
with it.
is, okay. Thank you.
Okay, moving on to option number 6. So these are the weeks mid-August when we close half of the pools down. You all gave us direction last time to go ahead and move from going to 8 facilities to 4. So this, on the left is the 2015 schedule, and on the right is the recommended schedule. The taking into consideration those items that we talked about with morning and evening swim being of value, 1 pool in each district, the heated facilities, popular amenities, and the usage. That's how we came up with this recommended schedule. The original submission showed a savings of $14,259. This recommended schedule is less savings. It's $12,438. One of the bigger things to highlight is that Lake Thoreau pool was our drop-in fitness hours, our early morning swim, and but to go through all those qualifiers, 1 in each district, and we had to switch the schedule around. So Glade Pool has lap swim, they have a spa, and they have the capability of having those early and evening swims. So that facility takes more staff to run than Lake Thoreau does, and that was the biggest influence there. Again, the red is a decrease in hours, the blue is an increase in hours. And so the direction is, we need direction on, would you like us to keep the 2015 schedule or move to the recommended schedule?
Okay. Julie?
Sorry. So why are you increasing the hours?
So of those
Why is the
items
blue?
that we were to keep in mind, with 1 pool in each district, the value for early morning swim and evening swim, with Glade, we expanded the hours that the facility was open so that we had a 10 a.m. to 8 a.m. You can see on the left with the existing schedule, we wanted to maximize the hours that the pool was open. So the earliest is 10, the latest is 8, and then we had some 11 to 7s in between. But because we're reducing the number of pools open, we wanted to expand the hours at that facility to ensure that.
And it looks like those are also when more of the special programs happen, or are close to it, that if people came for those special programs, they would just be able to stay. What happens between 9 a.m. and 10 a.m. at Glade?
We have, let's see.
Seems like, I'm reading this right?
So we'll have swimming lessons going on in the mornings and in the evenings at some of those other facilities where we would shift them over to the pools that are remaining open. Swim team's over during this season.
Okay, anyone else? Dannielle?
Just a few questions, and I'm comparing it to this,
Okay.
which I love.
Mm-hmm.
So, and trying to figure out how the pools were decided, which ones to close. So, what I don't see here is Shadowwood, Tall Oaks, Newbridge Golf Course.
Right.
And those are pretty low usage. And I'm not saying that they should, just because they're usage. But I'm just surprised that the lowest ranking one is Dogwood, which has been doing pretty well. I was surprised to see North Hills, which is your second most used pool, on the list as being closed. And I know that's because of the way it's structured. I know that's where a lot of parents with babies and toddlers go because it's a safe, open pool.
This was tough. We were going from having these 8 facilities open. So remember, this is half of the facilities closed, and these are the facilities that remained open, these 8. Now we're moving down to 4. So to move down to 4, we had to take into consideration 1 in each district. So we have Glade, Lake Newport, North Shore, and Ridge Heights. North Shore and Ridge Heights are our heated facilities, so it makes sense for us to keep those in operation moving into September.
Yeah.
Then we look at Glade and Lake Newport. When we look at Lake Newport and North Hills, it is tough, but Lake Newport it's a larger facility, and it has lap swim capabilities. North Hills does not have lap swim capabilities, and the closest pool, North Shore, does have a spa. So we have a north side spa and a south side spa with Glade. This is tricky to try to fit the amenities and the things that are valued here. While North Hills is valued, it doesn't have the lap swim capabilities.
I was going to say, and the North Shore pool has a big baby pool. You know, a big shell. It's not the great beach and all the fabulous fun stuff.
Whatever the new ones are. Yeah, Lake.
But
And I think if you're looking in the North Hills, North Point area, Autumnwood is way down on the list. Not way down. It's like midpoint. When you compare, like, here you have Lake Newport, then you have number 2 is North Hills, and then down here you have Autumnwood. I guess I just...
And Autumnwood doesn't have a deep end or a
Right.
diving board.
Right.
And
it's about amenities.
And so what we took is, this is the existing 2015 schedule. So those facilities were already closed. And then we've taken these facilities here and then moved them to 4, because we have already gone through with the 15 schedule over the past few years to show that these are the facilities that, with the amenities, with the usage, where we can drive home.
So just for further explanation, so in this particular season, or this time of year, the pool that you're mentioning has already been closed for the season.
Autumnwood.
Right. So these are the remaining pools that are open. So again, in providing opportunities for cost savings, these are the typical pools that are remaining open at this time of year between mid-August and Labor Day weekend. Right?
Correct.
And so it's taking 8 pools and moving it down to 4. Laura and her staff were trying to be fair.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we didn't want to pick it all in one district, so we had to go for all 4 districts. And this is just, you asked for more clarification as to what that would look like and what we would do to make adjustments, and that is the end result. So again, at this point in time, the question is, do you want to leave, you don't want to do it, do you want to do it, or do you want to take, you know, this recommended schedule as presented by staff? So it was just we were answering the question asked from the last cycle.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry, I didn't want to put you on. I would vote to leave the schedule the way it is. I don't suggest reducing any more pools. Okay, but that's my vote.
Julie? Leave it as is or reduce? Or go with option 6?
All right, so am I saying yes to any option 6, A or B? Or saying
No,
no?
it's yes or no. It's a yes
So
or
you
no
would leave
question.
this
Reduce
schedule?
or leave it as is?
And the original submission showed the savings of $14,259?
Correct.
Right.
And that would be a yes.
Leave it as is.
Leave it as is.
Don't take it out of the budget.
Right. You don't want
Don't reduce the hours at all. Leave those pools open.
Right.
Just, and forgive me, I'm just trying
That's
to get
right.
clarity, that's
Yeah.
all.
Right.
So don't reduce the number of pools at all between August and Labor Day as presented. Stay with your 2015 schedule.
That means 8 pools.
8 pools
Yeah.
open as opposed to 4 pools open.
How do you define mid-August? Are we talking August 15th now?
Labor Day, isn't it?
And so we're
Mid-August.
talking about mid-August, and then
Mid-August.
the 2 weeks until Labor Day, going from 8 pools to 4 pools for just about 2 weeks.
So that would have been for this year about August 17th, let's say, through Labor Day.
So you basically have one pool open per district.
District.
For 2 weeks,
For 2 weeks.
or 3 weeks.
Mhm.
I say leave it as is.
Leave it as is, okay. Mike,
I'd say leave it as
Eve?
as is.
I know that it's very hard to staff the pools those last 2 weeks because so many kids go back to college. And, but so I guess the question is about usage for me. How
Okay.
much usage?
So we did this year have to close additional facilities over Labor Day weekend. And when we
Because of
last.
staffing?
Right, and it is 2 weeks. And this is the one that we say go as staff. We say.
You recommend this,
We
yeah.
recommended this. We said, yes, this
I
is
thought we-
a good option
Yeah.
last time. This is the recommended schedule that we came up with, just to show you. So
Because you did ask.
I'm still,
you asked for clarification for what it would look like, so.
I'm going to reverse the.
I'm still confused.
So when last we met, we brought forth this as an option to reduce the number of pools closed, and it
And
was
did we
agreed.
not all say?
You all said yes, so now
Yes.
this is the recommended schedule that we're putting before you.
So they did what we asked.
Right.
We asked them to make the reduction, but we wanted to see what it would look like. And what we said was we want one pool in each district. We want X number of amenities. This is their recommendation. I say let's go for it.
Okay, you're saying yes
I'm saying yes,
for option
do
6.
this recommendation. Go
Ray?
down to 4.
I agree. I'm a little concerned that we begin to give people the image that we're in some sort of state of decline. I don't want that to be the image we ever portray here. And put a more positive spin on why we're reducing the hours. I'm also very interested, this is off the budget, but for the next coming years, your demographic question, and can people, and maybe those on the ground are going to be the best ones to give us this answer. Why is there such a difference in usage among pools, even though there doesn't appear to be population differences? You know, there's the same number of people, the same number age-wise, the same family, or similar, yet there's dramatic differences in uses from one pool to another. Those are things I'd like to know. And I know it's not a hard science, it's going to be more of an art than a science, but I think those are going to give us some valuable direction 6 months, 12 months, 2 years from now.
So do you want to leave it as is, or are you
I'm
voting?
going with the recommendation, I'm
option
just
6?
tossing that out for
Okay, good.
staff to listen to and people to listen to and, you know, think about it for the future.
Right. Julie, you want
Um,
to change your vote?
I want to change my vote because I had voted the last time to reduce it. I think it makes sense from a staffing issue for us to manage it and to save that little bit of money. They still have pools, there's still one per
Right,
district. And to Ray's point, I thought that we had taken as an action item for parks to pursue more information in that arena. Jeff and I had talked about that after the last session, that might be something we need to go and get more working with parks.
Dannielle, you're standing with the original vote?
Yes.
Okay. I'm option 6 as well.
Okay, so we are going to go with option 6 as proposed here in the
5, yes.
recommended schedule going
Right.
from 8 to 4.
Right.
So we'll make sure that we put that into the next budget draft.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Laura.
Okay, that's it for the aquatics section there, right?
Mhm.
Now we're going to move on to camps. And there were 3 different pieces in the camp section. And what happened in that section was very interesting. And I don't know if you have that section to show to them.
Are you ready for me?
Yeah, go ahead and pass that out.
Okay,
Thank you,
I see.
Sabrina. It was clear when we were scoring this, and as it comes around the table, you'll be able to see that there wasn't a real clear direction on how to deal with scholarships, camper to counselor ratio. And I think what I looked at with Laura and Sabrina was that one of the things that you did not know, and it was important for you to know, that changing counselor to camper ratio does impact transportation. We are very interested in looking at this. And and staff is very seriously considering changing the camper to counselor ratio. Fairfax County standard is 1 to 18. Our standard at camp right now is 1 to 6. The proposal before you is to go to 1 to 7. And Laura and her director of camps, Dan Marinick, really do want to reduce the makeup. He's just done with his first year and going through it. He sees opportunities for change, but we were not able between the last meeting on the 16th and now to fully vet this. Because when we do make the decision, and what Laura's going to show you in just a minute, is that we rent, if you want to go ahead to that slide, and you're going to notice that slide's got a big draft mark over the top of it. Typically what we do is we get, I shouldn't steal Laura's thunder.
No.
What do we typically do for van rentals, please?
So we typically rent 15 passenger vans throughout the summer. The rental cost is $36,000, and then we have staff van drivers that drive the van. There's Fairfax County school bus drivers, and then we pay for gas. So that's what we currently do. And our camper to counselor ratio is 1 to 16, and they all fit snugly in that van. We have 2 camp counselors. There are 2 groups that go into the van, and then you add in the van driver, and there's our ratio. When we change the ratio by 1 child, by two children, we're now doing 2 routes. So if we drop a group of campers here and then we're taking them to another location, we can't pick them all up at the same time. And we have to double back and spend more gas. There's less time, there's less flexibility to go get them. So can we change the ratio? Absolutely. Can we change our transportation? Absolutely as well. And we're looking at the different options. So one is the possible option to rent a bus or a van, and a school bus or one of the short buses, and that was very expensive, too expensive. It's not an option for us. It's just not. So then we look into options to purchase something. We look at a transit bus, the large tour buses, the conventional school bus, and then really what we're honing in on that looks like it will work are the smaller activity buses. And we're getting final pricing for that. We're hoping to have that by this afternoon, but I couldn't get it in time, so I apologize. But we did put in a range and between $10,000 and probably about $50,000 to purchase an activity bus.
So we need a little bit more time to do the analysis on it. It's one thing to do the analysis, but if we do change the ratio and we do change the transportation type, which we actually are interested in doing, it's going to take us a little bit of time to do some planning as to what the impact will be on the camps program, during the day, in the mornings when we do morning pickup for transportation and all that. We definitely want to pursue this. I am not sure that we're going to be able to, I'm going to use a term I use all the time, land the plane for the 2016 budget cycle. Mm-hmm. We might be able, I have more confidence that we'll be able to come back to you early 2016 and say, yes, we can do it, here's what we want to do, but this is a purchase of vans and change in getting our personnel ramped up to take care, not vans, the short buses is what we want to do. Get our mechanics ready to go to take this on. We've got to change camp schedules. So I think it's something that we'll be able to initiate in 2017. I'm not sure we can achieve it by 2016. But if we're able to get those buses, we do want to use them for more than just summertime camps. Good. We do see opportunities, and we want the time to explore this, to use it for other stuff. So staff are already, we think about the Tetra building and activities for after-school programming. We're thinking about special events for seniors, things like that. So we've got our wheels rolling that this could be our revenue generator, for lack of a better way of putting it, to further offset our expenses. But I don't want to do a rush job for you on that. So if it's acceptable to you, my request is that we hold on this cost savings option until mid-2016 where it could be implemented in 2017 and you've got a full perspective, we can report on exactly what we can do with that.
Yeah. And Kate, can we also look at the possibility of using the, what are they called, short buses, what do we call them?
Short bus. It's called the short bus.
To make them available to lease or rent to other organizations that might need them, that might be another revenue source.
That's what
I thought it was a good idea.
Okay, we'll put
Yes,
that on
please.
the consideration list. And Larry, when you have a chance to, and Julie.
You want to say something first?
Just, well, would we purchase or lease vans?
I think we're interested in purchasing.
Yeah.
It's more, I think we're thinking it's more economical because you'll have an upfront initial cost, but then, and again, I want Laura to finish with her team and Larry the analysis, but then you're looking at just gas and maintenance. And we can do the maintenance in-house because we've got great mechanics. So there will be a cost savings to the association there, and maybe a revenue generator.
The other thing is, all of these items that are read because of related to that one question. So really, it's like we have to set this whole, we have to
Put that
basically
whole
say,
aside.
we're setting this aside, we're going to let this ride forward as it is, and let the staff do this.
That would be my
Absolutely.
request.
Yes, Larry?
The other thing I wanted to add that hasn't come out yet, one of the initial reasons we took a, oh, that's right, Sean is.
Oh, I forgot.
One of the initial reasons in looking at this was the differential between camp revenues and camp expenses when you look at all the camps. So Dan Marinick, our new camp program manager, we're actually doing some things this year. We're doing a break camp and a holiday camp where there's no transportation required, which are, quite frankly, they're reasonably profitable because of the number of staff you need. You don't need drivers and things like that. So we're already doing some things that we're initiating this year to try to work towards that. So I just want to point that out because that hadn't been brought up yet.
Okay, thank you. Danielle?
When we're going through this budget cycle, you might not have all the answers for the transportation, but is it feasible to ask RA to budget a break even on camps? It's a Larry question.
It's a Laura question too. I'll say, yeah.
I'll put you in there too.
I would say my response would be if you don't want to provide any camp scholarships, we can get pretty close.
But we want to provide scholarships, definitely. We don't want to, in my opinion. But that gap, I mean, can we raise prices? Is it?
We need to remain competitive in the market, and that's the differentiator. Because we do a market analysis on this, so it's.
Yeah.
So I would just remind, I have to leave shortly, but I would want to remind us that we are not a for-profit entity.
Right.
That's not what we're here for. I mean, I'm not saying that we should be wasteful, and I don't think that you should confuse for-profit with being careless with member money. There's really two different things, right? Our mission, if you look at our mission, I think it's pretty clear about the recreational opportunities, and even I think in the deed, is that right? Doesn't it say that that's part of our charter as,
Good stewards of your money.
Yes. Well, not just good stewards of the money, but that creating recreational opportunities is a part of what we're supposed to be doing. And I, for one, would just, personally, I would like to see every kid who needs a scholarship get a scholarship.
But if I could.
Yes, Julie and then Danielle.
No, finish that topic and then.
I'm not looking for a profit. I'm thinking revenue minus expenses.
I understand.
Our loss would equal the scholarships. So I'm not looking for us to eliminate scholarships. I think we should be offering that. But I also think that our revenue that we charge should cover these expenses, perhaps get a little closer to it.
So I think
If
that
there's
the
a
delta,
possibility.
I think that was about, and I don't have the exact numbers in front of me.
I'm going to go
Robert.
back to them because we did get that information on
did.
July the 30th
Mhm.
as to what the differential is. So I'm going to try and find that.
Julie?
You just confirmed what I heard. So renting a short bus isn't an option.
It was too expensive. It was just too expensive. They rent and they lease, they would lease it to us, and it's about $400 per day for the entire duration of the summer. And that's the information that we're still pulling together here in this draft. So just out of the chute, when we looked at renting a bus,
And that was for a short bus.
right, it would increase our cost by $41,000.
Yeah, I can't read through the draft words.
It would increase our cost by $41,000, and even with
Okay.
adding additional campers up to a 1-to-10 ratio, would not cover the cost of transportation, so we don't see this as a viable.
And how many people fit in a short bus?
29.
29.
So if you look at a short bus, if we purchased 4, and we own it, we do pay for, we purchase it up front. We have staff and gas, and we do have some maintenance, but we can provide that maintenance in-house. We have 29, the capacity of 29, so we can up our ratio to 1-to-8 or 1-to-9. And we would save about $15,000 on van drivers by not having 7 van drivers, we're down to 4.
29 to me is a nice number for a group, whether it be seniors or, you know, whatever. And when I look at this is just off the top, we rent for 36,000. We can buy for 46,000. Seems like, I think you're headed in the right direction in that analysis.
So one of the things that Larry presented to you on the 30th of July was kind of a cost differential for camps, tennis, aquatics. So for expenses for camps, it's about $451,000, and that included about almost $30,000 in scholarships. For revenue, we were bringing in about $410,000. So the amount that's supported by the annual assessment is about $42,000. So that's about $1.96 in assessment that's covering the camp program. So the message that I'm sending is, I think we can definitely come back to you in 2016 for the 2017 budget with an opportunity to have those numbers change and cover it. I'm not sure we'll be able to make that happen for 2016. We're not able to achieve that. And they've done benchmarking, very thorough benchmarking on this, and they're looking at the pricing and the offerings. I know that one camp program for transportation we've automatically just eliminated off the table. If I remember when we were talking about that, it was for the Sportsters or
The
something.
Sportsters, what we would like to do, because they do not travel, we would like to go ahead and increase the ratio so that we can operationally figure out how that may work, things that we just don't know yet, so that if we do move to a different means of transportation, we have some of those answers.
You want to say something? Okay, you good.
And I think that Sportsters, which one was that on the option list?
So this is, it's
Day camp, let's see.
it's the second one from the bottom.
So that,
370 seasonal employees for Sportsters. So this is changing the ratio here.
Yeah.
So we would recommend to go ahead and do that.
and I'm having a hard time finding what the assessment impact was on that.
15 cents.
About 15 cents. So, it's shaving off a little bit, but that just makes, for our purposes, that just makes operational and good business sense. So we're going to go ahead and make that change. It was an option for you that was in yellow, but staff feels like we want to go ahead and do that.
Okay,
Oh, board members, I apologize.
be safe.
I'll pick it up, Ethan.
Thanks, Jeff.
Sorry.
So, Kate, if I heard you correctly, we will not hear anything until 2017, is that correct?
No, we'll come back in early 2016 with a
Okay.
definite game plan. If for any reason we're able to implement it in 2016, we will. I don't want to make that promise
Mm-hmm.
because I don't want to put that kind of pressure on staff unless they feel like they can achieve that. But maybe we can do that in 2016. But
If the
I
numbers-
can't include that in the budget at this point in time until we've done all of the analysis. I don't think that would be appropriate.
All right.
but I would have to come back to you. If we do say, hey, I'm going to have to come back to you and ask for capital dollars in order to make the purchase of the buses.
Mhm.
But what I heard is that we should go ahead with the second from the bottom, 370, the seasonal employee.
Yes.
So I suggest we do that.
And that's changing the ratio?
That's the
Yeah.
Sportsters camp.
How about the second from the top?
Again,
from the top
that's going
is
to be
vans.
impacted by our transportation. So the
Okay.
second to last, transportation's not impacted.
Independent.
Okay. But everything else that's there, we want to hold on
Yep.
until we get appropriate transportation numbers.
Can I chime in on this?
Yes.
I want to second what Eve says about the importance of recreational opportunities. This is a really valuable community service. We're almost at break even as it is, running it. We're only running a slight, if you want to call it a deficit, and in a public community like this, I wouldn't even term it as a deficit. Laura and Cate and the rest of the people obviously have a very strong handle on this. They're obviously going to be looking out for costs. They're obviously going to be looking at efficiencies which don't dig into the quality of the camp programs. I have the utmost respect on this one for what they want to do. I don't want to get in their way. I don't want to second guess them. They know better than we do. I trust them on this one. You know, we all know land use, open space are like 1, 2, 3 on my list, but let's put camps as number 4 and recreational opportunities. This is really an important thing when we're talking very small dollars for what we're already providing. I think they do a good job now, and they're going to look for ways to improve it.
Okay. Jeff, anything?
No, I'm just catching up, so
Okay.
I'm afraid. Yeah.
All right. Julie?
I'm good.
Dannielle?
I am going to reiterate that I think that we need to build in the scholarships and offer them to whoever needs them, but that staff knows my position. We need to try to take a look at revenue, less expenses, less scholarships,
Absolutely.
try to close that gap. The gap's about 12,000. We've been talking about lower numbers around here.
Okay. So do we need to take a vote on this, or what? Or-
Without objection.
Without objection.
And I think the question on the table is, you know, we plan on taking out the Sportsters, so I don't, if that's okay. And the question is, would you allow us to hold and come back to you with a game plan for camps? Maybe we'll be able to do it in 2016. Preferred to at least wait until 2017. It just depends on what we're able to achieve.
Without objection. Okay. Laura, you still there?
So we eliminated 3370?
The Sportster.
Yeah.
Of what?
The Sportster.
3370, yeah.
Second from the bottom.
Right, can't find the word sports in that.
It says day camp there. It is Sportsters.
Thank you.
I'm translating.
$1.96, that was the number I heard?
This
15
is 15
cents.
cents.
No, I mean, you mentioned revenue versus cost. The effect of the
Daniel.
assessment on that gap was $1.96, right?
Right, and the impact on assessment was
So for the entire
$1.96.
use of our camps, the investment we're making as a community is $1.96. Sounds like cheap money to me.
You know, I'm going to challenge staff, and I know that Mike and I had a conversation, Mike Leone and I had a conversation about this earlier, about camp scholarships and being more aggressive at getting scholarships so that we can cover our costs of those. So what I'd like to try and do for you, Dannielle, is come back and say we did exactly as you told us to do and cover the gap.
Of course.
Okay.
We had talked last time about trying to develop a consistent policy for scholarships across all the programs, right? So we're going to deal with tennis and swimming and the camps in a comparable way. Yeah, good.
Okay, I guess we're going to move on. Events?
So the last piece that you had on, when you were looking at everything, and Sabrina has coming around the table, where we were on that. And I'd like to employ the same method that we did the last time. If you all are agreeable that things that are highlighted in green, no need for discussion. You know, we will move on that. The items that are highlighted in either yellow or red require discussion and to make decisions on.
Thank you.
So the items highlighted in green, you chose to keep in. Yes, we want to keep those in. So not eliminating ice cream, socials, or dive-in movies, or the volunteer staff appreciation cookout, or the end-of-school bash, or the community cookouts with Reston community. So you chose to keep those in. So if I start at the top with Multicultural Festival, 5 of you said, yes, keep that in the budget. 3 of you said, no. And because it's a yellow item, as we did last time, I thought it was important to have the conversation as to whether or not you wanted it in or out.
Okay.
Want me to start?
Sure.
I think that when we're supporting events, I want to make it absolutely clear that we are, and that we're being recognized for doing it. And I think we talked about this before. We support lots of activities. Our community, our members need to know that we're there and we're doing it.
Okay. Right?
I agree with what Mike just said. I was at the last Multicultural Festival, and I wish there would have been more involvement from our 8 board members, but that's another issue. I do think we can do a heck of a lot better job of extracting information and connecting with the community at the cultural festival itself. I think sitting behind a booth and just handing a long survey, which nobody's going to fill out. They're not here to fill out surveys. They're here to have a good time. The multitude of booths out there. I think we can do a lot better job of extracting information, telling people who we are, what benefits we provide. So it's not a matter of whether it's in or out of the budget to me. I leave it in. But everybody here has to do a better job of how we're going to approach the festival. I think rather than just pass out a sheet, can you attend, and basically that's all we did. I don't think that we have enough internal education as well as to the outside about this festival, what it can be, what it should be for us. But as far as the budget itself, leave it in.
Okay. Jeff, you ready? Or
I have a question about the lost revenue. What's the lost revenue?
RA's contribution to the event is $5,000.
Right.
And the revenue loss, we also take in $1,000 in concession sales,
Oh, it's selling T-shirts and cups.
water and soda.
Oh, we set up a little concession stand. Okay. And what is it that we get for sponsorship of the event? Because I'm hearing, because I was not able to make it this year. I've made it in previous years. But what type of recognition do we get at the festival?
well, I can. You want me to answer?
Sure.
Yeah. I was the MC. We're on the program, and I announced it from the stage. And we have a booth there with our name on it. Yeah.
We have a very well-positioned booth there. People
Yeah.
have to walk by us
Absolutely.
to do anything. So this is a really good opportunity that I consider an opportunity lost. And, we talk about spending money, and I hate spending money that we don't need to spend. But what bothers me more is when we lose an opportunity that we had. And I think that was one where we did lose an opportunity.
Question to keep
it
in or
Yeah. Keep it in. Jeff?
Yeah, I'm
Okay.
keeping it in.
Julie?
I think we should definitely keep it in. I think it represents what Reston's about. And I don't disagree with you, Ray, that we could do more to illustrate our participation, and I think that that's something that the communications and community outreach part of our committee
Definitely.
should be able to step up to and help us on.
Yeah.
Probably a follow-up question. The RCC is the one who's the sponsor, the main runner of that event? Who's the sponsoring organization?
RCC is a sponsor, Reston Association is a sponsor, the Reston Historic Trust, so there are quite a few sponsors. Yeah.
Okay, who runs and organizes it?
Mike is ready to answer the question. He's intimately involved in it, as is Ashley.
It's actually a partnership of Reston Community Center and Reston Association. However, for the Multicultural Festival, Reston Community Center actually takes the lead on the organizing of the event. So really, we're a partner that helps them with a lot of logistical work behind the scenes and organizing, but they actually are the lead organization for that particular event.
Okay. As I will, carry a little bit more on with what Ray said, if, we're a partner, we should be probably treated as a full partner and get the appropriate credit.
Yeah.
For doing good things.
Yeah, we provide a lot of support for that event.
Thank you for being
and we have
the
been doing
MC.
it for the last 15 years.
Yeah.
Thank you for being the MC.
Thank you. Julie, anything else on this? Keep it in or take it out?
Oh, keep it in.
Okay, Dannielle?
So I was one of those who said no, and I wish that there had been a write-in answer, so I could explain why I said no. I volunteered, not this year, because I did the year before, and it was I did not enjoy 1 second of sitting in the booth in the direct sun. I think the festival could be made a lot more interesting. I think, if the staff believes it's important, we should continue to support it, but not the way that's run right now. I brought all my kids. They were like, when can we get out of here? It really didn't, there were performances which were beautiful. There was no interaction. There was nothing interesting there for my kids and their friends who I said, we're all going.
Yeah. But they do have activities for children, yeah.
Well, I think we need to, I don't have any more time to volunteer.
Okay.
But whoever does.
I don't think there was a bird's eye view of the overview of how it should look and how everything should interconnect. It was more or less, these people have something, these people have something, and nobody was really.
So definitely, just
Keep it in.
because I know you guys have a lot
Leave
to
it in,
cover
yeah.
tonight.
Leave it in.
We can, if you want to keep it in, we will definitely work, Mike and I and Laura will work closely with the community center on having a conversation about
Making it more effective.
making it more effective. That's a good way of
Keep it
putting
in or take it out?
Yeah, I should have said absolutely keep it in, and I was just making a blanket statement that if we're supporting something, then we need to get appropriate recognition
Yeah.
for it.
Yeah.
If we're going to do something, do it right.
And do it
If
right.
we're not going to do it right, let's put it elsewhere.
Yeah. And Dannielle, your
Keep it in.
comments, keep it in.
Keep it in.
We do a wrap-up meeting, and I will make sure that your comments are included in
My
the,
children would be, if you want kids' opinions.
be great. Keep it in. Okay. All
So
right.
the next one that you had on the list was a 6-2 vote, so more of you were in favor of keeping it, 2 of you were not, and it was the elimination of senior movie day.
Okay. Ray, any thoughts?
I don't know, how many people go, how many people use this, and can it be done in a better or different way than we're doing it now? Those are the questions I have.
It's about 325 people per event.
I'm sorry?
And it's about 325 people per event. And that's throughout the year, it's close to 4,000 people that attend. It's an event that happens once a month. It's at the theater at Reston Town Center.
Bowtie.
Bowtie. And the biggest expense for us is paying for the license to have the movie. So we pay an organization in New York to be able to use that. We do get the theater for free. It's just paying for the movie itself.
And we provide coffee and donuts.
Coffee, donuts.
I'm in favor of, 55 plus and seniors, 325 people. seems like a pretty large size event. Once again, if anybody thinks of improvements, who knows about this and how it can be presented at all, I'm all ears, but I'm okay with leaving it in.
Okay, Mike?
I'm good with leaving it in. You know, if they can make a contribution, a couple bucks or whatever, they don't have to pay the full freight.
Yeah. Jeff?
Yeah, I think it seems like a pretty well-attended event, 3,900 people a year, 325 per event. That's pretty good for these type of events. Keep it in. That's a good
Julie?
return.
I agree. Keep it in. Maybe there's more ways to promote us, but keep it in.
Danielle?
Definitely keep it in, and I'm gonna jump to Totally Trucks. I wanna keep that one too.
Now, the 55-plus movie, individuals, or I should say, other than RA members, attend the 55-plus. And that has always been a concern of mine. And I don't know how we can monitor that, but perhaps that's something we can look at.
I didn't realize that others,
They have buses from Loudoun County coming in.
oh, that's how we get to the
Well, that's
325?
maybe we'll figure that one out.
Yeah, yeah.
Thanks for
They
letting us
should,
know that.
they
have to
should
show their-
contribute.
Show their card.
$5 or something.
Interesting.
Their
We'll
ID.
figure that one out.
Yeah. So,
We'll see if we can close the gap on that.
okay, good.
Charge
Okay.
them $5.
So let's keep it in, and you were in the total trucks, you said keep it in? Danielle,
So
go
this-
ahead.
All right, so
Come to Reston.
So keep in for the senior movies. So the next one that was on your list was Totally Trucks.
Uh-huh.
6 of you said yes, 1 gave no answer, another one said no. So how would you like to handle that?
Danielle said yes. Julie?
Keep in?
Fine.
Yeah. Jeff?
Oh, absolutely. Let's keep it.
Okay. Ray?
Oh, yeah, leave it in.
Mike?
Keep it in.
And
Okay. Okay, I'm sorry?
I think the way it was worded, maybe I said no because eliminate it, and I meant no, don't eliminate it.
Okay,
Okay, good. So that's in.
okay.
Can we skip the seasonal and go down?
So yeah, that's,
Yeah.
I always cover the yellow first before we go to
Right.
the red. So the next one is elimination of senior social at Reston Community Center. And 5 of you said yes, keep it in the budget. 2 of you said no, take it out, and 1 said no answer.
Okay. Ray, what's your pleasure?
I'll leave it in.
Leave it in. Mike?
I don't know enough about this one. What exactly is it?
Laura?
So this last event, the senior social, was a Western theme, and it was at the community center. And so it's a partnership program
With
with Reston Community Center
Yeah.
and Ashley.
I make the same comment I
Leave it in.
did before.
Okay. Jeff?
Yeah, keep it in, but we should, I mean, if we're gonna have the event, we should, 65 for an event, that's starting to get de minimis on the return on investment. There it goes.
Julie?
So does this event also have people coming in from other parts of the county?
To visit our home.
No, because this event, I think individuals, and Laura, you can help me, I think they have to sign in or they have to pre-register, yeah,
They do.
before the actual event.
So there will be Reston.
So might we be able to make a little money by inviting other areas to
Loudoun
bring their
County.
people and pay for their people to join our people in a welcoming fashion? I mean, I say keep it in, but I would also say, can we, quid pro quo, they're coming for our movies, how about coming for our dances? And who knows, we might spur some love between Loudon and Fairfax or something.
That's a great idea.
How does this event differentiate itself from the other RCC events? Because I know they have a lot of events for seniors that they sponsor and they operate. How does our event differ from theirs? What's our branding on that? Having a program at the RCC similar to a programs that they already run.
This is one that we do together. They have space, and we don't, and we have a 55-plus committee, and Ashley that is charged with creating events for 55-plus. So one of the things that we do is go into the community and use our community partners. So they have the space, and we contribute with staff.
But I guess what I'm saying is that they already have this, they already do this programming. RCC already does this programming.
So are you asking if we weren't involved, would the program go away? Or?
Well, they already have programs.
Why are we doing?
Why are we doing this? What
Yeah.
unmet need are we?
It's a value that is brought, it's really a coordination with our 55+ committee.
Yeah.
That has said, here's something that we can partner with them on. And while I don't know all the specifics about this, I suspect with Ashley involved, that her involvement makes it better. That's all I can say.
So it's a combined event? So when we see in the RCC documents about there's these senior functions, including the dance, it's also RA doing it?
If it's one of our events, it should say RA in there. We've had some recent conversations with the community center about that very subject.
Yeah, it kind of gets back to the, if we're sponsoring an event, we need to be sure that we're getting the recognition that, hey, this is RA, this is
Program.
RA doing things for you, the community, and this is not
Special
an RCC event that RA is taking along with.
And we are taking great note of that and working to correct it.
Okay.
So we picked up on a couple of things over the course of the season and got that corrected.
Okay.
So Mike's got that look on his face back there. He's like, oh, we're never going to have that happen again. So we will work with them to make sure that we get the correct recognition for the partnership that we have.
Okay, I'm good then.
Keep or go?
Keep.
Keep it? Keep. Okay. Okay, last on your list, seasonal employees, elimination of special events assistant. 3 of you said, yes, keep it in. 4 of you said no. 1 of you had no answer. I'm going to state the obvious, and Laura's got the statistics up in front of you, of why we need someone to assist us in season when we are putting all of these special events together, and there are a few more that are listed up there.
The events assistant comes on in May when we increase our programming at pools and then throughout the community. So you can see at the top of the chart, these are the events May through August where the events assistant contributes and helps to organize. Those programs would most likely still happen without the events assistant. It would fall to a volunteer or another staff person to sort of pick up the slack. And then down below are events that really, if we didn't have the events assistant, we couldn't conduct it, or we would have to give and take with something else, because the position would actually put on the event. They would organize the event so that when someone does come in to conduct the event, it's all set and ready to go. So the event assistant contributes for fall and winter programming by doing inventory, purchasing, researching programs. We would just need to reduce what we currently offer.
Okay. Larry.
I'd just like to add to that, the 2 positions the 2 full-time positions that this seasonal supports is Ashley and Ha, our volunteer coordinator, both of whom are exempt. And for those of you who have seen Ashley and Ha in action during this season, they work way more than 37.5 hours a week. So I just want to be clear about that. This position supports those 2 people very directly.
Yes, Julie.
So this seasonal person, can we do more events? Is this person's workload full up, or could that person take on a few more events? I'm not asking like 10, just we
can
up
always
with,
add one more event, of course we can, but the position is there and in place, and there's not much more room. There are only so many days. When we looked at the schedule, what we put up here, these are some of the events that happen, but these are not all the events, because Ashley's working at some of the other events. These are the ones that really impact this position. So if we could do 1 or 2 more, but not many more. They can't work 7 days a week.
Without having to get another assistant to help.
right, that's what I was trying to understand.
This position does work some overtime already.
And okay, so this person is an hourly.
Yes, Jeff, yeah, Jan.
I guess I'm always kind of thinking about, bang for buck, in terms of, number of people that participate in the events versus what we're, putting into putting it on.
Mhm.
Do we have an idea of, are there events here that we really just don't get a good return on that we would eliminate? Or maybe substitute with something else? But you kind of get what I'm
I
going.
do, and we do that.
We don't want to spend $300 to put on an event for 5 kids who show up for puzzle night.
Mhm.
And I don't know what, a lot of people like, my wife likes puzzles, okay, but I don't
Well,
know.
Ashley does keep statistics on the number of people that are coming to the different events, and then on an annual basis. And you'll see that we had a princess party this year. She had eliminated a couple of other parties, and then we have the pirate party, which was successful. So we have 2 now. So that's something that they are constantly, they look at on an annual basis.
Because it looks like there's, overall, through the whole season, there's about 1,000 participants, is that? I see total participation at events solely conducted by that position is over 1,000,
Between May and August.
August. Okay.
Julie?
And this person, once we get Tetra rockin' and rollin', this person, if any event was there, but they only really have time for maybe 1 or 2 more,
I
right?
think this would be separate. Mhm.
Danielle?
If staff feels that they need this, definitely. I do have a question. What is a hot tub movie?
We put up a projector.
It just sounds so
Have you seen Hot Tub Time Machine?
So, just like the dive-in movies, we put a projector up, but it's not a G-rated movie. It's not a rated R movie. It's usually PG-13.
Hot tub.
So we
Yeah, where
put
the
a
hot
screen up. We put a screen up and project a movie, and it's
Oh, cool.
surrounded by
Oh.
the hot tub. We serve virgin pina coladas.
I just wonder,
Well,
like,
let interested.
do people really come to, like, this stuff on the bottom?
So the ice cream socials and the popsicle manias, that's something that happens during open hours. So where we have it scheduled, we'll call the pool, how many people are there, we'll go purchase the ice cream and have enough for 50 people.
That's a biggie. I hear
Okay.
about that one.
It's good.
They
If you
brought
guys
ice cream today.
need this, definitely.
Mike?
I'm sympathetic to Larry's further information about Ha and Ashley.
Yeah.
So I think we should leave it in.
Ray?
There's so much up there that I just don't know anything about. We keep talking in the third person about this person. Who is the person?
The
It can
events
change
assistant,
annually.
yeah, it's
It's
a seasonal position.
So how do we choose the person, and what are the criteria? Because I'm thinking a really good person in this position who knows how to leverage volunteers, run these events really well. Sure, it's worthwhile, but there's a lot of people that are put in these positions that are really not any good.
So what are we, the background of the person that we typically hire?
So it's typically a college-age student. I agree that if we had someone who was working year-round, that we could have them engaged in the community a little bit more, but this is really someone who comes in, does the legwork for a program, they're ordering supplies, they're setting up the event, they're maybe conducting the event.
And you say there are 1,000 people that participate. How do you define participation?
So for example, at the teddy bear picnic, it would be one person in the door.
That's what I'm sorry?
One person in the door, one participant.
You register for these events, right? For the most-
Some of them we
some
register
you
for.
do.
Mhm.
And usually, to fill this position, we're looking for somebody who's interested in Parks and Recreation background. That's a preference because they're interested in events and things like that.
Many
And-
times our Parks and Recreation intern that we bring in cooperation with Mason, a couple of times have turned into this.
How much are we participating in helping this person out and trying to help them in their direction? And we need, I'm thinking in terms of, we have so many volunteers in this community, it's fabulous. And to leverage community involvement, leverage volunteers, it doesn't cost us anything. That's worth it to me. But if it's just a person who's putting booths together and having an event, sending out emails, then that's not worth it to me.
No, in fact, you know, one of our, and I'm trying to see if it's up there, Laura, it's the
There's
Bruno's Barnyard.
Barnyard Bash, and then also the Princess Party.
Yeah, and those, some of the events that you see listed there were created or invented by this individual, by this particular position. They had a great idea. They planned the whole program. They put the props up together for the whole program, and they staffed it. So it's not just buying supplies, it's program management as well, and coming up with new programs. So individuals who, you know, are getting real-world experience, as Laura said, being able to get a college student who's going through rec services degree to come in and practice real-time what they're learning is typically who we would hire for this position. We have been blessed over the past 3 or 4 years, 3 years, to have the same individual come back. She's gone now. She's got to go off now to the real world, so she can't come back and be a seasonal. But I'm confident that Laura and Ashley and Ha are going to want somebody who's got that kind of a background, is interested in events, who's looking for a way to add to the resume. So, you know, we are fortunate to have volunteers who help come and put these events on too. I think we had what corporation helped us with the Bruno's Barnyard this year? Where they had employees that came in. I can't remember off the top of my head. It might have been ComScore. I can't remember.
Is the young professional group?
It was a professional group who came in and helped us put on an event. So we do utilize volunteers wherever we can to do things, to put events and programs on.
And this person works under the guidance and mentoring of Har and Ashley, right?
Correct.
Yeah, so they're not going to be just sitting.
I'm a little bit concerned about the time.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We're 10 to 8, and we should be on the next agenda item.
So I just need direction as to whether or not you want to keep this in or eliminate the position.
Okay.
Keep.
Jeff?
Keep, but we need to get a bigger return on investment next year. $8 per head per event
Okay.
is too high.
Julie said keep. Dannielle?
Keep.
Mike?
Keep.
Ray?
Keep, I agree with Jeff.
Okay.
So this concludes the activity that you started on the 16th. Thank you for the guidance. This is helpful to us. And all of what you've decided over the past 2 meetings on this part will be incorporated into the next draft of the budget.
Yeah. Laura, thank you very much.
Thank you, Laura.
Very
Laura,
complete.
good job.
We appreciate it. And board, thank you for your input. I'd like to turn the floor over to our treasurer, Dannielle La Rosa, who will provide us with an overview on reserve funding and engage us in a cash analysis discussion. Dannielle, the floor is yours.
Ellen, before we get there,
Yes.
We're planning to finish up by 10 o'clock. Is that still reasonable, given we're about an hour behind?
Well,
Let me put that on the table for
Okay.
consideration.
the directors are sort of the drivers of this, you know?
Yes.
We have to be mindful of that.
We make up a little bit of time
Yes,
on some
definitely.
of these
Yes,
items?
yes.
Ready?
Yes.
Thank you, Dannielle. I thought you might be sympathetic.
All right, let's go. First of all, thank you very much to Robert. Like I said earlier, I'm glad he's still speaking to me.
It was all you, I just didn't want to slide, basically.
So if it turns out right, Robert did everything right. If there's mistakes, we know who to blame. And to John Higgins, our former treasurer, who made sure we were all
Who
focused on
joined us today?
Yes.
Right? Yeah.
And who I have spoken to quite often during the past week, you know, bouncing some of these ideas off him and making sure we were on the right track. So thank you. So to go quickly, what I wanted to discuss tonight is can RA limit our assessment increase? Depending on how these discussions come out, RA is going to come back to us saying the assessment needs to be X. So let's look at our cash reserves and take a look and see if there's anything excess. Now, to be careful about saying reserves, we don't really have cash reserves. We have funds that are in the reserve fund for maintaining assets, and then we have our operating cash flow. So I'm only talking about operating cash flow here. What we're going to talk about tonight very quickly, just proceed. You guys have seen this, or maybe. Oh, there we go. Our annual, how we determine assessments and where the cash goes. Typically, we get our cash from the assessment revenues and other miscellaneous revenues. And then that cash just goes into its various funds. One is the reserves for the equipment maintenance of other assets. We have our capital, and then the rest is operating. If we take a look at, if we're only focusing on the operating fund, taking a look at just the cash balances, they seem pretty healthy over the past several years, and going up a little bit every single year. What we have to definitely keep in mind here is that a good chunk of this cash has already been earmarked for future use. So it's kind of dangerous to say RA has $5.7 million available to it at the end of 2014. Really what we need to focus on is the lighter blue areas. The bottom half, like we said, is funds that are really earmarked for other uses. Either we owe people money, payables, or people have paid us their rent in December that will be used for the following year. So once you carve that out, it looks that for the past few years, cash available has been about $2 to $3 million. So another way to think of it is if you took that money away, nothing really is going to change within the organization, within the association. However, let's caveat that, it's kind of like flying without a safety net. You can't just take your cash balances down to zero. It's dangerous. One thing that we've been asked a lot is about the reserve balance. So I just wanted us to just isolate what does our reserve balance look like over the past few years. So again, it's going up just a little bit. 2014, it went up a little bit. This is going to be dependent on several things. One is how much money do we put in, and then how quickly are we really getting those projects done and moving them through. So the increase between 2013 and 2014, I didn't dig into it. Is it, why is that? Do we not get our projects done, or did we put in too much money, or are we playing catch up?
I'm going to make a statement. So between 2013 and 2014, the Board of Directors adopted a resolution that said we're going to put more in than we're going to spend for capital. So part of the answer there, just part of it, is that more money was put in. There is, Dannielle, you are correct, the other part of that is, did we spend everything we said we were going to spend on capital? So that there's a combination of things going on there in 2014. We didn't spend all that we said we would, and we also added more. So there's a little bit of the reason for that jump.
And in terms of didn't spend as much as we thought is because we didn't complete some of the work.
Correct.
Yeah.
We have to be very
Deferred
careful.
maintenance or whatever you want to call it.
Exactly.
Right.
We have to be very careful and say, that 5.2 million, we've got a lot sitting around. No, that really has been earmarked, and it needs to be set aside and protected, quite frankly. You have seen this chart before, except it's gone out about 5 more years. Just to highlight, the green is how much the board authorizes, or I hope we continue to authorize every year to be transferred into the fund. The red is the projected spending. Now, over the next 5 years, we're going to be putting a little bit more into the reserves than we'll be spending per year. And this is what we need to do, because in the outer years that these charts are going to change, we're going to start spending more than we're actually putting aside. So it just kind of gives you an idea. At the end of 2016, our balance is going to grow to $4.5 million, stay there, just slightly be going up.
The red was what we expect to spend, right?
Exactly.
Okay, that's been earmarked.
But at the end of the day, really, do we have enough in our reserves? Based on criterion, the study, the answer is yes. Right now, if the board continues its funding policy, it looks like over the next 20 years, we will be in good shape. Now, asterisk that, you can't predict the future. But right now, we're in a good spot.
If we continue with the policy that had been adopted.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, this is interesting in terms of how is our cash balancing, or why is our cash balance going up every single year? In 2014, I think several of us took a look and said, oh my gosh, look at the cash flow statement, and we have $1.8 million generated in 2014. How did that happen? Well, the blue part is the portion that we need to focus on. The blue part is the amount that's actually going into our operating fund. That top green actually went into the reserves, as was planned. So you'll see in 2012, we had about $270,000 cash that the association generated, which is fine. It is what it is. 2013, it was about $240,000, and then 2014, we had about $650,000. Now, I think a lot has gone on between 2013, 2014, 2015. You know, Kate's here, she's taking charge of the shop, full confidence in you and what you're doing. But I think what we do need to do as a board is, you know, we're looking at our assets like the pools and the trails, and one asset we have is our financial statement and this cash. So let's take a look at it from time to time and make sure it's being used properly. Will there be excess cash at the end of 2015? So like we said before, we might have a lot of cash, but it's earmarked for something else. So if you could look just at that first column where it says operating, I'm sorry, that's the number. Robert and I did a quick back of the envelope. Right now, as of today, the total cash we have at the top is $13 million. If you move over to the left a little bit, 6.2 of that is for the reserves, and we don't want to touch it. So now we go back left again. We're just talking about the operating fund. Right now in our operating accounts, we have $7 million. If we back out what we think we're going to spend in 2015, and that $4.4 million is just a very high level estimate. If you took our spending of $13, $14 million and divided by 12, this is what you would get. That leaves us with $2.5 million roughly that we have in our accounts. Now, I think you should never take that number down to zero. I think that's dangerous. We need to put something, you need to have something in your account, at least 1 month's expenses. But I think that's for the fiscal committee and this board to discuss at a later date. Mm-hmm. How much do we want to make sure that we are not flying without a net? So conservatively, I think at the end of the year, we're going to have about $1.4 million that has not been earmarked for use. I'm going to asterisk that again. People are going to start paying their dues in December, November, December. So this cash number is going to go way up, but we have to focus on what has not been earmarked.
But haven't we also, you made a conscious choice to kind of stop and not put new projects into the funnel.
That's for 2016.
Right.
So we still are on our 2015 spending plan, and I'm going to talk a little bit more about that after this presentation.
Okay.
So just to summarize the findings, we've already talked about it. We think there's going to be about $1.5 million that might be available. It's in excess of what I feel is minimum. Our reserves are adequately funded. So the key for us is we need to continue our efforts to really analyze those cash outlays. It's not like, wow, we've got all this cash. We still need to be very prudent with it. We also need to take a look at our assessment increases. They increased $25 each year for a while. Then we had a little bit of a bump up. And again, a portion of that was to cover our reserves. Mm-hmm. But let's take a look at where we end out in terms of how much our assessment projected is going to go up, and perhaps use this cash to offset that or smooth it over a period of years. You don't want to use the whole thing and not have increase, 0, 0, 0, and then 1 year hit people with $100 increase. Yeah. That might be too much. Mm-hmm. So what I'm asking of the board tonight is for you guys to approve without objection to have the fiscal committee review this. Validate the findings, review the recommendations, and let us know before our next board meeting.
I'll second that.
Which is October the 22nd.
Yep.
Yeah. Is that a motion?
I can't make a motion.
No. Okay, we go.
Only without objection.
Without
You're not in a
objection.
meeting. Right.
Oh,
Sorry. Without objection. we agree to accept Danielle's proposal?
I accept.
Okay,
To
accept.
have the fiscal committee validate the findings, review the proposed recommendations, and provide their opinion no later than October 22nd board meeting.
Yes.
Okay, we don't
Yes.
have to second without objections, because we're not in the board meeting.
And that is that. Are there any questions? Did I miss anything?
Danielle, that was great.
Well, it was a joint effort.
Robert, and fiscal committee, right? Yeah.
Like a brilliant presentation.
And more importantly, understandable.
Absolutely.
That's next to three.
Yeah, yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah.
What's fun?
Accounting is fun. It tells
Yeah.
us a great story.
Yes, any questions, Jeff?
No, ma'am.
Okay, Julie,
Hopefully it's somebody enjoys.
you're good? Mike?
You went quickly over the future.
Right. Well, once we find out what the fiscal committee recommends, then we take action. So I
This
can't
would
read
be
that
the-
far.
oh, So this would be the good news if there was indeed.
If fiscal committee came back and said, this looks right, this is the amount that we feel is safe to
Mhm.
perhaps use, board, what do you want to do with it?
Okay.
That's our discussion, to have, right off the bat, I'd like to use those dollars to offset assessment increases.
But not all of it.
We just have to see, I want to.
We'll wait for
dig
the
in.
fiscal.
Yeah, we need to smooth it. We can't go out and say no assessment increase.
Yeah.
Without looking
We
more
don't know
into
what
it.
we have.
So I know that Robert has already kind of earmarked time with the fiscal committee on the 19th so that we can quickly get their recommendation
Mm-hmm.
and incorporate whatever the recommendation is into the next draft.
Sounds good.
That would be our goal, right? Yeah. Okay?
Okay. Ray, anything?
No, this was a great presentation.
Mm-hmm.
Robert, thank you. Helping Dannielle out.
Dannielle
I
and fiscal
appreciate that.
committee.
And I have one theoretical question here. Have we defined, or will we define, what event or series of events it's going to take for us to ever have to dig into these funds? I call it a rainy day fund. I assume that's what it is. What needs to happen for us to say that it's an off-budget item, but it's something that has to be, and let's say this hurricane blows us away,
Oh, jeez.
or something like that. What is it going to take for us to say that we're willing to go into the reserves, and does that mean we need more or less reserves than we have right now?
Mm-hmm.
And I know it can't be answered right now, right here, but theoretically, we should be thinking, I think, in those terms.
And I agree, and you hit it on the nail. I mean, this weekend could prove to be a tough one for Reston Association and trees. And we've already got a plan in place. You could, and God forbid, I don't want to say this, you could have a dam issue, and I mean the kind that holds the water back.
Mm-hmm.
Sean doesn't have to beep that up for me, so that's good. So but those are the types of things. If you do, storms can create damage to facilities, unanticipated. We do have insurance. Sometimes insurance will cover that on all that, but we are always aware of that. And what does it take to replace the facilities? And that's what your reserve fund is for, and what the reserve study is for, is if we had to do a complete replacement.
Yes, Mike.
I just want to recognize the very, very good work that you all just completed. And the idea that this now goes to the fiscal committee for them to debate, discuss, and whatnot, and bring back to the board is just really reassuring. It demonstrates the transparency and
Process.
clarity. So thank you for that.
Good process.
I second that.
Oh, you can't second. We're not
That's
without objection. So Kate, can we move to the capital project list? Kate,
Yes, ma'am.
are you next?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
We need to put the presentation up first.
Where is it? We're only
Sabrina
now.
is getting ready to put something up.
It's 8 o'clock, she's on, yeah, 9 minutes. Good, good, good. Good, very good.
Did you want John to chime in at all while we're waiting for Sabrina, and what he thinks of what
Well,
has
I-
been proposed? Since he can't.
Was
you
you,
invited
John?
him?
Yeah.
Yes.
No, we invited him.
Right.
Yeah, would you like to add anything, John? If so, could you grab a mic?
Come sit at the
Sit at the table with us.
I know you have a.
There's a space right here for you.
I know you have a
The
schedule
packet tonight?
I'll try to be very brief.
I recognize what you do. You know, I've watched you do this for many years, and I know how hard this is. But let me begin by saying, if the RA were for sale, I would buy it in a heartbeat.
Good.
Not only are your programs effective, you are profitable.
Mm.
And I took an interest in this past year. I've always had an interest in it, but I took a special interest in it this year because I did not have the information that I used to have. I used to be in the middle of the forest, and I can see a different view now that I'm outside the forest. I believe, and this is my terminology, that there is a structural imbalance that is positive for the association. We often look, excuse me, I'm reverting. You often look at cash. You look at revenues and expenditures on the accounting basis. But from the member's perspective, who do not look at it like that, you have tremendous asset growth, cash, but it didn't grow up out of the ground. It came from my bank account. And it went to your bank account. Why? You made a profit last year of $1 million. Excuse me, $1 million. That was a profit. Your cash has grown by several million. And I understand there are unspent capital funds, but that's always true. The $7 million cash balance that the treasurer mentioned does not include the collections that you're going to make for 2016 in December. You'll be walking into 2016 with about $9 million in the bank. So that 1.4 million excess that was identified, that's real. It's 3.4 million. You are in a great position. And I'd ask that as you go through your budget deliberations, ask yourself, is there a significant change that you see in 2016 from 2015? Look at your actuals. Eliminate the things that obscure the real status. Eliminate depreciation. Eliminate amortization or advanced rent. And all of these accounting issues that are in your books that are not expenses. And I'd ask you to look at your expenses that way. And I'd be happy to share some additional thoughts and numbers with you if anyone's interested. This is a very healthy organization. And many of the things that you want to do need to be done, in my opinion. I love the idea. I think I caught only part of it, but I think I heard the idea of having a transportation plan that would generate a profit. No, we don't want to generate a profit. Maybe you do. But that's the kind of thing that this association can be doing. Not only transportation for camps, but for seniors and the people who are held up at home or don't have transportation. And all of the other community needs. That's a valid one. And the money is there to do it. The money is there to do it. And by the way, no, not by the way. I would be shocked if you determine at the end of your deliberation that there is a current need for an increase in assessments. Shocked. Thank you for your time.
John, thank you. Thank you very much, John. Good to see you. We missed you.
I miss this.
Kate?
Can I have the clicker?
Please.
Thank you, Pam. Appreciate
Take
that.
it. Let's see, I don't want to take up too much time. You received a portion of this presentation on July the 30th. But I wanted to go over one more time what our capital looks like, what our capital projects plan is for 2016. I mentioned to you, and you've heard tonight, what our capital planning, project planning is like right now. We started 2015 with 40 new capital projects. 19 were carried forward from 2014. That was a total of 59 projects. As of August 31, and I remember we've got a whole month that's gone by, out of those 59 projects, 29 had been completed as of August. So that was about half the list still needed to be done, with about 4 months to go at that time. I can tell you that staff has made a good dent and that that number is reduced. So when you see my next CEO report in October, you're going to see a different number there. However, in February, we received the 2014 reserve study findings from Criterium Engineers, which outlined the 10-year capital repair and replacement forecast. In developing the 2016-17 budgets, we derived from that reserve study a capital components list that identified the things that needed to be done in those years. So that was a suggested list of things. 72 items had been identified in 2016, plus the 49 items in 2017 that were suggested. So it was about 121 total projects perceived as needing to be repaired or replaced. Okay? So that's just a, gee, if you had to replace it, this is the one and this is the year. So keep that number in mind. Okay? So staff observations over the past year in looking at projects, that some of the things that are important. We just launched a study, the George Mason University study. We're still receiving surveys back on that, but in it, it asks about Reston Association facilities. That is going to be a very important tool for us to take a look at to see what is important to our membership. As with the Pony Barn Rec area, we went through a whole process with that group, and we really learned about the right way to take a look at our facilities. And that is, get member input, work with them, come up with the ideal plan for our recreation areas. We like that. We're getting ready to employ that starting on October the 12th with the Tetra Working Group on what can happen inside that facility as well as outside. You automatically are going to have ambassadors for that, as we do with the Pony Barn Working Group and what they put together. With aging infrastructure, what we've noticed is that the number of items that are in need of major repair and replacement are increasing, and they're becoming more complicated to undertake for staff, requiring more specialized technical expertise. The assets that we have were given to us by the developer. So we've been in maintenance mode. Now we're in replacement or upgrade mode. And when you go to do that, it becomes more complicated. You need specialized engineers, special permitting that needs to be done, architecturals. It's different than just, we have a fantastic maintenance staff, but it's more complicated for them to undertake. Over the past 36 months, staff has observed some interesting phenomena when they take a look at their projects. We've really been focused on separate facility elements. Going in, I'm going to use the aquatics bathhouse as an example, where we go in and we replace the stalls in a bathhouse. And when you stand back, and staff stood back, took a look at it, when you open the stall door, there's that 20-year-old toilet that should have been replaced as well. So again, looking at single elements instead of looking at the entire bathhouse, something that we're more interested in doing. So with that, I want to have a new approach to how we look at capital project planning and maintenance. It's time that we have a multi-year strategic capital repair and replacement plan. Some areas it's called a capital improvement plan for different municipalities. Plus, we need a short-term capital maintenance plan, taking care of the faucet replacement, things like that, painting that needs to be done, but looking at whole facilities. So, if we put that, when we put that approach in place, we're going to look at repair and replacement facility of the whole facility. We're going to involve members in determining the scope of upgrades. I think that's valuable. It's your members who pay to use these facilities You want to get their input. And we want to establish a phased multi-year policy and process for repairs and upgrades, that you know what's coming, you know it's fully scoped. So that is a focus that I have put into the budget for 2016 and 17. For this approach, the first one is being conducted right now, and that is we took a look, and I'm going to have Sabrina send around to you now. We took a look at the capital projects list. You remember I said how many different projects the reserve study suggested that we undertake. And we said, what do we really need to get done in 2016 and 17, or 2016 in particular, as we work on developing a comprehensive short and long-term plan, versus what needs to get done, or what do we already have scoped. So what we did now, what we presented in the 2016-17, or 2016, I want to focus just on 2016 for right now, for capital projects, was a shorter list. And you're going to see in what I sent around to you, a list that shows highlighted items. That's interesting how I switched that around. Highlighted items in pink. And those highlighted items are items that were originally on the list in the reserve study, and we decided, no, we're not going to do those, because either they really don't need to be done upon inspection, or we're not ready to do them because they haven't been properly scoped. Okay? Items in orange were a change. During the reserve study, I'm going to use the Central Services Facility as an example. When the reserve study was conducted in 2014, it was estimated that the cost of repairing that facility, without having scoped, without having hired anyone to go and tell us what it would take to do it the right way, was just over, or almost, $600,000. After being properly scoped, and you all received in your packet, it's a lot more than that. And we decided we can't take up the entire capital budget in 2016 with our CSF facility. We need to chunk that out or phase it over a 3-year period to redo that facility. So the first year, we're focusing on the people, the office space, the technology that they use. I can tell you today, our Central Services Facility was out of comm completely. No internet service, no telephone. And that's because of the infrastructure that's there. That needs to be replaced. How important that is. Fortunately, they got up by the end of the day, thanks to our IT team. But Mike had to call me on his cell phone to talk with me about stuff. We had to relay messages back and forth between this office and that if anybody called for an emergency. Boy, I hope that doesn't happen over the weekend. Okay? I mean, that's an issue. But it's an infrastructure problem that we have. We've got folks in that facility who don't have heat sometimes in the wintertime. In the summertime, they don't have proper air conditioning services. We have mostly men who are working on our maintenance staff, and I gave a number to one of our residents earlier about how many seasonals do we have for that?
About 40.
About 40 seasonals, through, including the staff. About how many staff do you have over there, too? And full-time staff?
Full-time staff, about 30.
30, so we have about 70 people who work out of that facility constantly. So bathrooms, the joke is there's 1 hole for the guys and 2 holes for the girls. Think about that when everybody comes in at lunchtime at noon. It gets a little complicated. So I want to focus in 2016 on making sure our staff have the right infrastructure they need. Whenever Mike needs to gather everybody up to have a conference with them, he's doing it in one of our mechanic bays. Imagine that. 70 people in a garage. It's about the size of a 2-car garage when you pull everybody in. About a 3-car garage. No place to sit. No place to hold training sessions. It's a 30-year-old facility that needs to be upgraded to meet the needs. I don't want to do it all in the first year. I want to phase it out over 3 years, but I first want to take care of the people. It would have been cheaper if we had done it all in the first year. By phasing it, it is costing us about another $360,000 because you don't have all of the equipment on site at one time. So the ramp-up cost to do the changes over 3 years does cost us. There was a contingency fee built in. I think you all did receive that information. You saw the cost, just in case somebody lifts up a floor and says, oops, we didn't figure this was going to be there. So that's in there. But I just when we're talking about scoping, that's why you see a difference in the cost for that project, is it's been fully scoped. We're ready to go in January. You look down at pavilions, total pony barn. That's something new. We didn't anticipate when we did the 2014 reserve study. We didn't take pony barn into account because that was thought we already had done 30,000 for that. So the 30,000 that was planned was just to replace the pavilion that was in there. It didn't look at the entire facility. We had to look at the entire facility because the residents needed us to. The people who lived around it had some very significant concerns that needed to be addressed. So we pulled the community group together and asked them what they wanted. So the 175 that you see for 2016 just covers, that's again phase. That's a little over $350,000 project. We chose not to do it all in 1 year. We'd like to phase it. And we are very much interested in getting either grants or sponsorships. I was contacted earlier this week by JBG. They have an arm that's called JBG Cares. And they said, Kate, we're looking for environmental projects. And I said, that's interesting. Let's talk. I don't have any answers for you as to whether or not they would take up the pony barn or part of the pony barn project, but I think you know with my history that that is definitely something I will be pushing. As well, we have an opportunity with some of the play equipment and things like that that we're putting in there to get some grants from some groups, especially with the ADA accessible equipment that we're interested in putting in. So I do want to look at ways to pay for that, but I don't want to cut our nose off to spite our face and not put some of the dollars in 2016. You're going to have a choice in 2017. I really, as I mentioned to you the last time we were together with Capital, I don't feel, when you go to approve a biennial budget in November, you're looking at a draft plan for 2017. You're definitely going to have these discussions again for the 2017 budget in 2016. About mid-year, we're going to say, time to talk about 2017 budget. Then we're going to have hard, fast, real numbers there. We do have some numbers in there, as you'll see with the biennial budget, but I can guarantee you those are going to change on that. So, again, I wanted you to see what we chose. And if you look at the back, there's a lot of pink on the back that comes out. And you're like, well, wow, all of that came out. Why is there not a big delta between the 2 years? It's because of the CSF, and it's because of Pony Barn. Those increased, those kept us where we were, because those projects are fully scoped. And that's important. That is something that we have not been doing with our capital projects. What is the real cost? What can we really take on? We mentioned to you last time the training that our staff are going to be getting from George Mason University this year and next year on how to manage capital projects. That includes about a group of 20 people who are going to learn how to scope out a project, how to plan it month by month, and include all of the elements in it so that when you are presented with a budget in the future, it'll give you realistic costs. We're not going to come back and say, oh, we forgot, oh, we didn't anticipate. There are always going to be, oh, by the way, things that we didn't know about when we enter into something. That's normal. I think we've all been through that when we're doing home improvement projects. But we want to get as close to the correct number as possible. And my goal is to stay on time and on budget. So that is what you're looking at when you're looking at this 2016 capital budget as compared to what the reserve study said. Our staff do an incredible job going out and examining facilities. Do we really need to replace all of those pool chairs? No, they're fine. They've got another good season in them. So that's what they're looking at. This was a suggested list on the left-hand side and our recommended project list in 2016. I did ask for some things to come out of the 2016 list. I said, what do we really need to do? Because I do want to put in place the plan that I've got before you up here. And that is, we took the closer look, we put those projects in that we need. We're going to look at the GMU study because I think the GMU study is going to be informative to you as to what our members believe is most important in terms of recreation facilities, as well as the recommendations that come from the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee. And then what we want to do in third quarter 2016 is present you with a strategic capital repair and replacement plan for 2017 through 2020. We want to take a realistic view of what we can do and what projects we want to undertake. Not sacrificing maintenance of our facilities, but taking a comprehensive look.
Any questions of Cate? Ray?
I haven't had my daily rant yet.
Can you save it for later?
That's okay, go for it.
Really, I got quite
Yeah, I'm
a
only
bit of
joking. Yes.
commentary on this.
Go right ahead.
John, as you were leaving, I was coming in on the other turnstile. So I've been on the outside quite a bit. I think I have a reasonable idea what you're talking about and what you see. So,
One of those.
and hopefully it will go the other way now that I'm here as well. So thank you for that presentation. I thought that was very good. And I think we need to take a more top-down look and more of a overview more often and see what's really happening. On the reserve fund itself, and Cate, that was just fantastic as usual. I'm always big on infrastructure. When Mike and Julie and some others were at the table when running for the election and had our little forum there, I brought up the idea of an infrastructure bank, which I've not brought up, but thank you for the opportunity to finally give me the opening to discuss it because it ties in with this reserve fund. The question I had earlier on the reserve fund, what is it going to take for us to spend the money and what are we going to spend it on? What conditions will cause it? How much do we really need for a rainy day dam breaking down versus do we want to selectively think of other programs that we're not addressing versus funding a lot of things we should be funding and all this type of thing. And perhaps, and it's only a perhaps, we should take a good chunk of this reserve fund that we have now, and for lack of a better term, use it for now, set up this infrastructure bank. We have a lot of educated people, a lot of people who really like Reston, love Reston, and use some of that money. I mean, we can't defer a lot of this stuff. The more you defer it, the more it's going to cost you. And that goes for aesthetics and cosmetics as well as really gut level things that we need to run our roads, to keep our dams, to keep the lakes pure, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Like John says, we do have plenty of money there. That doesn't mean it's going to be here forever. How much do we really need there? And as for the member assessments, maybe we need to increase the assessments for all this. But on the other hand, if we have a huge chunk from year to year, what does the company do? They throw out a dividend to shareholders. Why don't, imagine the Reston people, they're whining about, or not, so I apologize for that, anybody that's listening, they're questioning why they're paying a bigger assessment every year while this reserve fund is growing. Okay, fine. Throw them back a $40 dividend at the first quarter of next year, with the understanding that doesn't affect the assessments, it doesn't affect that they could increase again, that if conditions change, we may have to change. But as long as conditions are really good and we're comfortable with the level of reserves and how high they are, and if this is true that we're going to have $9 million in there, that's another idea to think about. There are a lot of ways to do this. I like the idea of using some of the set aside to get at infrastructure things, the things that we determine are really important to the working of Reston, the operating as if we're a city, and most cities would kill for this. They're looking to raise taxes just to cover deficits and debt payments. We have extra reserves, and what Mike talks about all the time, the look and feel of Reston. I mean, we're always in the top 10. Let's be number one, and let's be number one to where nobody can ever supplant us. It's possible. It's here. It's right in front of us. We have the money. We have the people. We have the capital. We should have the ideas. No reason not to do it. We spend a lot of time knick-knacking on the edges over what's going to affect the assessment by 10 cents or 15 cents. Quite frankly, that's why I never comment on those. I try to save it for the big picture. This is a really big picture. What John talked about, what Kate talked about, what I'm talking about, this is the big picture. This is where we need to go. This is where our legacy is going to be built. This is where people are either going to stay here or want to move here or not. I pass the floor to Mike.
Okay, Mike?
There's lots here. Just to be clear, the stuff that's white is what we're going to actually do. What's in red we will not do, and what's in orange is scoped fully. I'm really concerned about the look and feel, and I'm glad you tied it up, of Reston. And I want to know at the end of this budget cycle that we've got the resources to at least do the basic maintenance around here that has been lacking for a long time. I go up and down Wheelie, up and down Sunset Hills, Sunrise Valley Drive and whatnot, and we are unique because you go to Chantilly, Sterling, Herndon, our neighbors, and they look well kept. And Reston doesn't. And I'm being very candid and direct about it. We need to do something about it. We go to our pool facilities, our tennis facilities, and I know we're doing the study to look at what amenities the community really needs going forward. But nonetheless, we do have amenities here that are just not being maintained. It appears that we do have the resources to do it. Being quaint, as Criterium said, is not what I think we want Reston to be. We want Reston to be not in the top 10, but number 1. And I don't think it's going to take too much effort if we start to focus on it. High level, I see the central service facility. We're going to spend about $600,000. It looks like it's now close to $1 million. What's really needed.
Right.
The Pony Barn, 30,000. We're now talking about 175,000. So there's lots to debate.
Okay. Jeff?
I had a kind of a more basic question to start with. The projects we're talking about here, they would come out of what I consider our investment bank, and that is our capital reserve fund. I think we already have an investment bank that we're funding at a good level that's appropriate and sound fiscally and is going to meet our long-term infrastructure needs. The items that we're talking about here, they would come specifically out of that reserve fund. Is that right?
Yes, I mean, and what Dannielle suggested, see, typically what we do is we ask member assessment, right, to put toward a capital project, right? So we need money so we can do this. What the fiscal committee did was, not only do you want to ask for money to do a project, but you also want to make sure you fund up. You want to have something that keeps that fund continuously growing, that, as Ray called it, the infrastructure bank continuously growing. A proposal that is part of the resolution that makes us continuously go is that excess cash could be used to put into the reserve fund. So an idea that will be discussed, that Dannielle and Robert will discuss with the fiscal committee on the 19th, is using some of those cash reserves to put into the reserve fund to do these projects and maybe even cover the costs of putting that extra dollars that we need to in there. So the dollars exist, yes. I mean, we could say to members, we're not going to ask you for any dollars to do these this $2.4 million project list. And you could just go right into your existing infrastructure bank. I don't recommend that. You still need to continuously get money to put into reserves. But there's a way that you can look at what you have as cash on hand at the end of the year and a combination of member assessment to achieve both for lack of a better way of putting it.
Okay, I got it.
Did I say that correctly, Danielle?
Sure. I did. You did. I was listening.
Okay, Jeff, anything else?
I think Robert wants, if you
Oh,
don't mind.
Robert, sure, I'm sorry.
Just, you could take the money out, we would then go below the minimum, and that's what we want to be careful of. The other thing to think about, and we're really referring to this graph, and this is effectively the capital investment bank. The other thing to think about, the one table that we had up there, we had $4.2 million really as the starting point for 2016 on this graph that was up there.
Sabrina, just so that everybody can see it, put that
I've got it.
back up. Just in case, because I don't think Mike's got it.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So if you can go down a few to the actual table, yellow one there. So if you look at the middle column there, $4.3 million. That's effectively the minimum balance. That's the projected ending balance for 2015. So if you can go to the graph, please.
And that minimum balance is required by your policy resolution.
Right, yep, right, got it, understand.
So with that minimum balance there, the idea would be to, on the green over there, that would be the $2.7 million that would come out of the assessment or other funding as such, and then we would spend 2.49. So at the end of 2016, we are projected to have a balance of 4.52 million. Another thing to remember, that $4.3 million is effectively the balance of the rainy day fund after almost 50 years of Reston Association. So that equates to less than $100,000 of saving per year. Remember that. That's an important point.
We have catch up to do, no doubt.
Well, we have to catch up, and thank God for the fiscal committee who put together the policy that said, let's start putting money away, that's greater than that. So that's why earlier did see a bit of a jump, there in 2014 is because that policy was put into effect.
But that's what I wanted to understand here is that chart and that graph going up and us saving the way we want to consistent with our policy allows for us to spend the 2.49.
Yes.
What is it, 2.4?
Yep.
2.49 on this chart. And we'll maintain where we want to be. Okay.
Mike?
I wanted to get some further clarity. The funds that we're talking about here are really those funds used to maintain the assets that we already have. It's not about creating entirely new assets. It's really the funds used to maintain in a reasonable standard of quality, if you want. And so if we are not funding certain activities, such as swimming pools, then at some point we're going to have to look at investing in those to bring them up to standard. So that's what I'm concerned about. I see a whole slew of items on here that we've decided in 2016 we won't touch. At some point, we're going to have to invest in them because they're already long in the tooth.
I have another question.
Yeah. Dannielle, she had her hand up, and then we'll come back to you, Jeff.
Oh, do you want to finish? Oh, okay. There's a few points that I'd like to make. Somebody said that 4.52 is the minimum. That's technically not the minimum.
Okay.
Our minimum is 110% of what you're going to spend over the next 10 years. So our minimum is actually $3 million. You don't want that because that's not, then 1 year we're going to have to just hit up the membership for these repairs later on. But I'm very concerned with the reds or the pinks, whatever color. I very much appreciate the focus on properly scoping it. That's how we should be doing it. But what you're finding is when you're digging into this, it's costing a lot more than the reserve study is showing.
Mhm.
So it just calls in a lot of questions for me as far as, is that funded?
I'm
properly?
alarmed. Looking at this, I'm
Right.
alarmed.
I'm alarmed that we took off $450,000 of projects. And somewhere along that graph, we're going to have to pop it up.
Right.
And we're basically adding, what, $1 million to this, $1 million higher on the central service facility, and it's required. We need to do it. But that $1 million was not in these numbers.
So, things that, it's important though, what I found over the past couple of years, and what the board has found, and John can probably chime in, there were a number of years where we've had carry forward. Why? Why aren't things getting completed and what's going on? And what I have found in talking with staff, so it's not just my only observation, I did a little hypothesis testing this year. And when I asked them, how do you think things are going? What's missing? They said, that these projects are becoming increasingly more complicated. These facilities are getting older. County permitting process is getting more difficult. We've got more engineering that we need to do. We need help. And we need to step back and take a look at it. We can't find the plans in time. Well, we can't do X, Y, and Z. And I said, okay, let's take a break. Let's level set. Let's come up with a new way of approaching. So I consciously said, let's take a break in 2016. What do we really need to have done? What really matters? Please do not think that we're going to let something break and sit. I can guarantee you we're going to take care of something as it comes up. But if you take a look at there are some items here, if you take a look at the backside, pool buildings, golf course island electrical panels, golf course island flooring, you go down to the next one, golf course island deck equipment, filtration. You go down and you take a look at things like that. Okay, that's a lot going on at that pool. Do we need to take a broader look at that facility as opposed to just onesie-twosies? That's a question there, okay? I want staff to take a broader view. Take care of the basics. We're not going to let anything look shabby. And in your next section of this, you've got an opportunity to take care of that, how things look in curb appeal that you need to make a decision on. But we need to take a focused approach on how we maintain our assets, not just the day-to-day maintenance, but if we're going to undertake a project that's over $5,000, we want to make sure the number's right and we've got all the details worked out before we start. That's what my concern is. I see a stressed staff. Melissa has seen it too, and we want to work to correct that. So I want to take a little bit of a pause in 2016, get this stuff done. You're going to have some carry forwards. I know that from 2015. We're going to need to get those done as well. I want to catch up, and I want to have a good plan in place. I don't feel like, from what I'm seeing and hearing from staff, that we have a good plan in place. The stuff that you see in pink, I wanted to make sure you saw. You asked the question the last time we were together, what are we not doing? Just in 2016. Doesn't mean that the stuff in pink won't land on the list on 2017. Plus maybe some other items. But I am concerned about how we're approaching it. And I want to correct that.
Jeff?
Okay, and I appreciate it, and I think you're heading in the right direction. I mean, when I first came on, that was my big thing. We need to manage our projects better. We need to have a better approach to these things. The thing that I'm a little concerned about, and this gets to be structural over time then, is our current reserve line, is it really realistic? Because if we're seeing, the reserve study suggested price tag is something, and the next year we're more than doubling it, our line is not true, and we're going to have a real problem.
I wholeheartedly concur, and that's why I want to take the time in 2016 to put together a strategic plan a capital projects plan that's realistic and how we approach projects. It's a, you know, a lot of, like I said, municipalities call it a capital improvement plan. I want to make sure we're really focused and we're focused on doing it right. Fixing the things that break, but when we're taking a look at a facility, take a look at the whole facility. Make sure we're covering everything on a facility. And staff are interested in it too. I mean, they're taking a look at maintenance. There's the capital side, there's a maintenance side. Right now, Laura and Mike and Larry are working very carefully on putting together a maintenance standards manual. How things are trimmed up as you're going in, how things look. Because curb appeal, as Mike said, matters.
Absolutely.
And what they've noticed is they don't really like the way things look when they step back and take a look at it. Now, that's going to be an important thing that you're going to be seeing roll out in 2016. And I value the fact that they're rolling up their sleeves and doing it, because we have some staff who are used to maintaining things the old way. And they're undertaking a hard task in putting in a new process and a new way of doing business. And it's, I don't envy them the conversations that they are going to be having, and I told them that I 110% support them and will be the heavy, if I need to be, saying we have to have maintenance standards. But if you can't see a pool sign because it's overgrown, that's a problem. Or what's behind the shrubs? Is there a tennis court there or what? It's that long in the tooth. So we're going to be looking at maintenance from capital project side as well as a maintenance side. The costs of the maintenance have already been built into the operating budget. The plan on how we do it going forward is something that's being worked on now.
Yeah, Dannielle, I need to follow up.
Yeah, definitely.
If I can, Ellen.
Sure.
The red number that we see up there, I'm just trying to, structural, I'm trying to understand this over time. The red is supposed to represent what the capital, what the reserve fund is expected to cover. Well, all the things that we have on here obviously don't equal that. So I need to understand how we're going to be prepared for the projects 5 years from now, because this list of things that are, the flesh color, the pink, is going to keep growing and growing. The things that we're not doing that we should be doing.
Now, one thing that, and I'll let Mike chime in. One of the things that, so the reserve study said, gee, we need to do this in X, Y, Z. So this was in 2014. This list for 2016 was created, okay? Staff do a regular walkthrough, maintenance. They go back and they really take a look. Okay, do we really need to do X, Y, and Z? And sometimes the answer is no, this can be pushed out. This thing's fine. It would be silly to repave this area because there is nothing wrong with this pathway, okay? Putting it from that perspective. Is that an accurate statement? I mean, some of these things on this list, we still need to do. So they're like, we're going to eliminate this. We don't need to do it in this year because it's not time yet.
Right, but 3 years from now, there's $2.4 million in 2018 that need to be spent, plus the things that we didn't do this year. So you create a wave. When you do that, you create a fiscal wave that's going to overflow that $2.4 million that we're projected to spend in 18.
And I've got two individuals with hands back, Robert and then Larry.
In part that is correct, but what you have to understand is that in response to what Cate requested and what the board requested, we went out and inspected virtually everything on this list and said, does it absolutely have to be done next year? You know, like a backstop or the paving and that kind of stuff. So we're going to do that same kind of thing for that list, and that's 2.44 million then. And so some of the things that are in the reserve study that aren't even on this list because they're in that year, we're going to take the same look and have the same evaluation of annual maintenance, was it a tough winter, et cetera. So there'll be a number of things that come off that 2.44 that some of these things will be added to, because by that year, some of these things will need to be done.
And that was included in this list that you see here. When we did this and we pushed it out, it got pushed out and reflected in those numbers. Is that what you were going to say?
That's what I was going to say.
So we're hoping that our reserve spending estimation continues to be wrong.
No, I want it to be, I think I want it to be accurate,
Yeah, well.
and I want it to be complete. If we say we're going to do something, I want to finish it in that year, because that's what our members expect. If we're asking them for money to do a project, I think they expect us to complete it in that year. Robert?
So the one thing to remember there is, as we said, if we took something out of the 16 list, we usually push it to 17, 18, or 19. So it is there. The big thing that we need to think about is, as Cate said, is everything fully scoped out. So you looked at the 2 projects. In general, the reserve study is a guide, but we need to scope things out a little bit better and get a more accurate number as we go through. So the plan of kind of pausing a little bit in 16 is a good one, because that's going to kind of gear us up and put us in a good position to go forward for the next few years.
I understand. Again, I just want to be sure that, again, 'cause we're talking over time and need to be sure we're prepared. And that we're measuring our actuals against what's expected. And that we're not cutting short on the things that, we really should be doing because it looks shabby, but it's not shabby enough yet for us to have to do it. So I don't want us to be putting ourselves in that position. So we really, I just like us to keep our eye on that benchmark of what we should be spending and what we should be spending it on versus what we actually end up spending it on.
Something that's been interesting that I've noticed over the course of this summer is that sometimes we end up spending more because there are things that pop up that we didn't anticipate. So it's taking longer to do something. So it is costing more. And if we take the time to scope and understand what's going on, we might actually save some money on that. So I think that's some of the benefit of understanding everything that's going to need to go into certain projects and, when we're looking at it. We ran into that with Dogwood Pool. That project went on and on and on, and all kinds of stuff cropped up with that. I mean, that pool was shut down for 2 years because of things that, it was like, wow, we didn't anticipate that, or we didn't anticipate this, and it cost more than we planned. So I just want to take a smarter approach.
And that's all. And thank you. And I think you're on the right track. I just want to be sure that we keep an eye moving into the future, that we're spending money on what we thought we'd be spending it on, and if we're not, we understand its impact downstream.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's all. I'll shut up now. Speaking.
Danielle, you had your hand up, and then Julie, something else?
I think I'm concerned with when we scope something out, it's a lot more expensive than the reserve study had. So I have a lot of questions about that. I also have a concern about the pony barn, and maybe we can talk about that at a later time. I love the whole process. It was great. But I think when we're dealing, we can't just say whatever you want. I think members need to weigh in on the pool and on things that are going to impact them. But we need to establish some type of parameters, because now we have $350,000 that was certainly not in a reserve study. That has to be added.
It's an asset. It's a new asset.
It's a new asset, almost. So I don't know how we go about discussing that.
Yeah.
Or when.
I think that tonight is you need to, before the 19th of November, make a decision on what your capital project list is going to be. And if I could come to you and say, I've got grant money to do X, Y, and Z, and I've got a developer who's going to do X, Y, and Z right now, I could do it. And I could say, so we can reduce that amount because we're going to get a matching funds, but I can't do that right now, because one of the things on your next agenda item is to put in the budget a grant writer. And I don't have permission to do that yet, although we are investigating what's out there. And I need to look for those opportunities with different organizations, like the Northrop Grummans, who like to fund STEM programs. Butterfly Meadow is a great STEM program that can be done. As I said, I got a call from JBG interested in looking for projects. So I don't know yet. but I would hate to see us in 2016 not put something in to begin the project, because there are grading engineering things that need to be done when you reconfigure the facility. So I would hate to not put something in there to begin the project.
Julie?
I have a couple things. I've been making a list. I think it's great that we are now looking at what was done in 2014, looking at it with fresh eyes on project planning, doing a better job of scoping, so that we can factor in more accurate estimates of what a project might require. Do you group expenses by a facility? Like, do we know what all the expected cost in the next, say, 2 years or 3 years for, say, the Tall Oaks pool? And I don't know. I mean, I could sit here and go through this list and add them up, possibly, but I only have 2016. I don't know 2017 and 2018. But I'm just wondering if we have a sense of that by, I'll call it an asset. The other piece that we have not really talked about this year, we've kind of brushed it off or pushed it to the side, is, and I speak of this as an asset, is our open space, our woods, our forests, and what we're doing in terms of looking at those and sustaining those and preserving those. Because just because you can't measure how many people go look at a tree or go, spend the time on the trail, that is an asset that I don't see that we've addressed. We've talked about possibly doing some studies with regard to sustainability and preserving our assets, our open space, our asset from a natural standpoint. But it's hard to find such a thing on this budget.
So that's going to be operating. And in operating, you look at, there's a category called natural areas. So you got a whole staff or watershed. I mean, there are several sections of the budget that are solely devoted to natural area upkeep and maintenance.
But I don't know, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Larry, but I have not seen anything that speaks to a plan for preservation and sustaining. Just maintenance is an item, yes, but the longer term item, which is why I asked whether that would go into a project.
Mike. Right. So we do have a natural resources management plan, and we're waiting for, I guess, final edits. Need to work with Mike on a few things, but I'm happy to get you that sort of pre-print edition, and that talks about what we do and why we do it and how we do it. It's primarily focused on watersheds and natural areas. So that's kind of think what you're after. And then there's approximately $800,000 in the operating budget between natural areas and lakes, ponds, and streams, or watersheds, that goes specifically to maintaining those natural assets. The reason you don't see it in the capital budget is because the only capital item that would be in there would be, as determined by our recent review, would be if we were to fund a stream restoration project on our own. That would, right now, that's the only thing I can think of that would be capital in nature for natural areas or watersheds. Other, dredging is funded through capital, but it's actually expensed in operating, which is a watershed item.
Okay. So that includes adding trees?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, right now, I think we've lost so many trees just because of the stress given our trees, the weather, the drought, and now the rains, torrential twice, right? And here comes another one that's done, there were two trees down outside on the golf course today that I saw.
We have a line. There's a line item in the natural areas budget specifically for replanting, and there's also funds in natural areas as well. And in
Okay.
Walker Nature Center, there's
Mhm.
a planting line item as well for enhancing that site.
I'll look at the study.
Anything else, Julie?
No, that was it.
And I understand there's gonna be an interest of time, and that's probably gonna come up here, but we've done around the table,
Mhm.
and I wanna chime in here. I appreciate your broader view of things. As you know, since I've been here, I've been advocating you take a much broader view of things. And it's very difficult, line item by line item, silo by silo, however you want to do it, to try to accomplish anything of real value here. But in keeping with what John said earlier, what Kate's been saying, and this whole idea of a broader view, before I became a board member, I just look at Reston, and I'm in real estate, I drive people all over, I'm all over town every day of the week. And there are visible signs of aging infrastructure here, what Mike talks about all the time with the look and feel of Reston. There are certain prioritized items. Now, there's a lot of wood to chop in here. Just because we have a broad list doesn't mean we have to do it all. But there's a lot of it we should do and do right away. We have plenty of reserves right now. We have to make a determination. When do we have a special authority that doesn't have to be in a specific line item by line item budget as to when are we going to use these reserves? How are we going to use them? What are we going to use them on? I think there's a lot out there that we need to address. And if we don't address it right away, it's going to cost us a lot more money later on. So you have a whole prioritized list. You know, am I alarmed by the total? No. But we need to prioritize it. We need to figure out ways to get other contributions. The grant idea is exceptional. We have so many businesses in here. We have so much affluence coming in. And there'd be businesses that would love to help us out with grants on all kinds of things that would be profitable to them in the long run. And this is not something I can put in black and white. I can say that, you know, Rolls-Royce or any of the other companies that are sitting around here would give us money for certain projects, but they will. If we're creative enough to propose it, to know what it talks about. We have something we're calling the Pony Barn, which I've been there. Bob gave me a good walkthrough. We don't know what it is. We have a real need to save open spaces here. Call it something else. Call it the Simon Pavilion. Just give something that would promote it better, give people a better idea. It's not just some ancient equestrian facility that 10 rich people with horses used to use. And you know, you ask anybody in Reston what the Pony Barn is, 90% of them aren't going to be able to tell you. If you call it Simon Pavilion or something similar, hey, I'm a little interested. What's going on over there? Make it a meeting place. Make it something we're proud of. There's a lot of just basic aesthetic sprucing up and a lot of really important infrastructure spending that we don't have budgeted for right now that we need to take care of right away. And if that means that the grand total of that means $1 million, we've got the money. And what I call an infrastructure bank, what you call excess reserves, whatever you want to call it, we do have the money for those types of projects. Doesn't mean we have to take this whole list. This is not sacrosanct to me. I don't even know what a lot of this stuff is. But I do know that there's a lot of really important stuff on this list and not on this list that we can deal with right now. We do have the money.
Yes.
So there's a difference between having the money and having the capacity to do it. And that's one of the issues that I'm trying to address in 2016, is that one of the key things that I heard from staff is that there's too much. It's too complicated. They need help in sorting it out and organizing it. So I agree, I want to do more, but I want to do more smartly, and I don't want to so badly overstress the staff that mistakes be made. So I just wanted to comment on that, because what's one of the things I'm trying to listen to my staff and trying to hear what they're saying, and they're asking for help. So I wanted to take a little bit of time in 2016 to get them the help so that we can ramp back up and address the projects. An idea with regard to Pony Barn. One option is you could, for the moment, just like we were talking about the buses, you could take it off the list for 2016. And I reserve the right to come back to you after having done some work in 2016 to see what we can do to offset costs. with grants or with sponsorships or however whatever you want to call it. I think that group worked really hard in putting together the best plan for that recreation site so that it addresses doing the right thing and making those sites look good. So that is one option. If you're concerned about the costs and you don't want to do it yet in 2016, but you will allow me to come back and tell you what the plan is and request to get into that infrastructure bank and give me the authority to do that, then we could address it if you're not yet comfortable making the commitment to earmarking dollars in 2016 right away. That's the only way I would address it and come back. But I want to send a clear message that group worked very hard, and I would hate for them. I don't want to mar a new process that we've put in place that says you can go ahead and do all this work, but we're not going to fund it. That would be my request.
Yeah, Don wants to say something. Don?
Yeah, I'll try to be very brief. I'd like to make three points. One has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Yes, it does. I have a recommendation for you, not exactly a budget recommendation. And it is that you consider, thank you, you consider forming, excuse me, a task force, or a committee of some sort, to take a long range or longer range look at our membership growth. Looking at a 2-year budget cycle doesn't give you very much opportunity to say, what are the consequences of 5,000 additional members, 10,000 members, 40,000 members at some point? And that is very, very relevant to what we're talking about here, because capital planning is long-term. So I suggest you kind of find a way to come up with a group of people who can take a long-range look at our membership. It's going to affect our needs, as well as the resources to meet the needs. Back to the subject. I'd urge you to not be impatient. The way we look at reserves today, none of this money is going to ever be used. None of it. The way we look at it today. Because you fund your capital spending out of current revenue, not out of reserve. Gee, that's kind of odd. Don't you have a reserve for the purpose of spending it? I would recommend, it would make it so much easier, I think, for all of us to see it if we looked at the reserve each year. Here's what we started with, here's what we have spent, and here's what's left over. Excuse me, another element. Here's what we started with, here's what we added by policy, spending and what's left over. There is, in my opinion, no such thing as carryover. Carryover simply is a way of saying unfinished projects. Because the money is always there, it's never being taken out. It's not like you're taking excess budget money and adding it to the reserve because you didn't buy a new pool liner. So I think that's something the fiscal committee needs to maybe struggle with a little bit so that they can give it to you in plain English. But you're on the right track. I suggest you not be impatient, and I like what the CEO is saying. You've got a new strategy, not necessarily a policy, a new strategy to meeting needs. Let's pause and maybe roll that in a future year, 2017. In the meantime, the point made by the vice president and one director is, I think the membership is indeed looking for spending to make what we have first class. And if that means a new toilet, put it in. It seems to me that is staff discretion. Because what is put in your budget is what you've put in there. So if there is to be a change made at the Pony Barn, for example. I think the recommendation is to follow your strategy of getting community needs, getting agreement from the board, putting together the costs, and then getting acceptance of the costs. That's all. Do you take that out of reserves? Maybe. Remember, you do have a requirement in the deed that if you're making any addition, and here's where council will always keep you straight, there's a difference between renovation and addition.
Right.
Absolutely.
Or repurposing. But if you're simply making it a better facility with a higher slide than we used to have, you can probably get away with that. Not get away with it. You can probably do that within the proper bounds. But I strongly suggest that you put the money into this fund to do that. And take it out of this fund, not out of current revenues. That'd be so confusing. More from the fiscal committee, I hope, on that. And as a matter of fact, that was my third point. So I thought I had three, and I did. I called them one and two.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes, sir.
You join the fiscal committee.
I'm sorry.
You join the fiscal committee. I think that we would really benefit
Yeah.
from that.
Better
But if
that.
you're not willing to do that, would welcome you to come and share your thoughts with us from time to time.
Well, I thank you for even asking. The reason I did express no interest in continuing on the fiscal committee was I felt I really had nothing more to give. After 17 years, all the ideas I've ever had, I put on the table. And I don't play well with other kids. So having leadership like yours on the committee and Dannielle's makes that happen.
Yeah.
My presence probably is more disruptive, but I will reconsider it.
Good, John.
If it's useful.
Give it some more concerted thought, please, because we can use you. Yes, Susan.
I have a question.
Julie.
Sometimes analogies help me. So I've been listening to you tonight and thinking in terms of say, a country club that's owned by its members. And periodically, there will be a special assessment when they decide that there's going to be some new feature or something added to it, or a new building or structure, whatever. And suddenly there's an assessment and everybody has to pony up their fair share. I don't think that we have the ability to do special assessments. One-time hits every now and again.
We do,
Yeah,
but
we
it's
do.
complicated.
There are two ways to do it.
Yeah.
But in another way of doing that, because when I've talked to people who do belong to such clubs and they find they have a special assessment, well, they oftentimes have to go get loans or something so that they can pay their fair share. So in our situation, we're funding that special assessment fund through continued payments, if you will, like in advance. We're putting aside in the reserve fund that portion to be used at a later date for the projects that we are envisioning. Yes? Well,
That brings me on two.
well, I'm thinking that you're suggesting that we ought to be taking out of that. Sometimes we call it a rainy
Brings
day
to mind a
fund,
quote of
but
two famous people.
Yeah.
Going back to Yogi Berra, this is deja vu all over again. We've talked about the need to find the resources. People often talk about special assessment. Is that a good idea, bad idea? That's around the table. Who knows? Should you reserve some of your current revenue for future spending, like you created a new fund for that purpose? Is that a good idea? That's a matter of opinion as well. The second quote from the second famous person comes from Bob Simon, who said, "What we're doing is un-American. We're not borrowing money."
Exactly.
And that's what large associations do when they have capital needs and they don't have the resources. They borrow the money. What is the size of the reserve that you'd be looking at if we were at the Columbia Association? How much money has Columbia put in reserve for capital expenditures? Any guesses?
Zero.
0.
Wow.
Zero. They do not have a capital reserve. Because when they need a new facility, they borrow money. And instead of putting money into reserve, they have debt service. Okay? Most municipalities do the same thing. You know, debt is not, I guess it is a four-letter word, but it's not a bad word. It's another way of funding. And some people, and I'll put myself in that group, find it superior to have the people who will use a facility, the future, pay for it. Rather than have people paying now that they will never use it. That's philosophical, it's up to you.
Thank you.
That's why I'm not on fiscal.
John, thank you again. Are you sure you don't want to be on that fiscal committee? Yeah, we will. Not necessary, right? Thanks again, John, and thank you, directors, for all your good questions and your great comments. We're down to item 9 o'clock item, right? Budget priorities. Lastly, we need to take on the task of determining what budget priorities should be included in the 2016-2017 budgets. We began this activity in June. Now we need to decide what and how we want to fund the list of items we identified as being important. Kate, can you walk us through this, please?
Very briefly, I wanted to turn it back on. Just briefly go over, in June, you guys identified several initiatives that you wanted to undertake in 2016-17, over 200.
Microphone.
Thank you. Sorry, Sean. Over 200 suggestions were made by members and staff that you considered. You picked 3 strategic themes that you wanted to focus this budget cycle on for 2016-17, leading sustainable change, optimizing member experiences, and leveraging technology. You came up with a laundry list of things that you found of interest and you wanted to see be in the list. And this was back in June. What you did on the 30th is one of the questions that we said that you're going to need to think about is which should be included and how should they be funded. On the 24th, you sat down and you looked at that and you checked off what was of interest to you and how it should be funded. So if you remember, we stopped that night because you had a series of questions with regard to operating that we needed to focus on, which we've done over the past couple of work sessions. So back to where we left off on the 24th. Trail marking was one of the laundry list items. The question is this something that we should do? You said, yeah, 8 of you said yes, 1 said no. And then we said, how would you fund this? So what we're trying to find out tonight is what items need to be included that have not already been put in to the 2016 and 17 budgets. So for trail marking, trails and pathways, 2 of you said let's do it through the annual assessment, 4 said Friends of Reston, 2 said grant, 3 said proffer, 1 said program fees, and 2 gave no response. Multiple answers because sometimes you picked multiple ways that it could be done. So it looks to me like, you know, you've got more votes sitting around the get other funding aside from the annual assessment on this item.
Yes.
What's the dollar amount of this?
Oh, boy. And this is where Kelly walked out of the room.
Yeah.
Shame on her.
$10,000 per year.
There you go. $10,000 per year.
Per year, so we're always marking the trails?
Well, but it's to finish the installation. I think we're looking at 2 to 3 years, and then there's annual maintenance for the markers.
And we have already begun looking at the opportunity for folks to sponsor. Mike and I began that conversation. We had an opportunity with the German Armed Forces Command. They were going to give us, we were going to do this really great fundraiser next weekend, but unfortunately it didn't work out. That just the timing was off. To
Kelly's
be
back.
able to, yes, she's back. Yay, Kelly's back.
There she is.
To, get funding from either families adopting a marker or sponsorships from developers, because we did see an opportunity where, groups could sponsor an entire trail, a family could take I think the markers we're looking at were like about 160 a piece, was it something around there? Yeah. And that, hey, families might really like to have their name on a new trail marker. And the trail markers right now are just single posts, but we're looking, I'm going to let Kelly talk about what we're attempting to do. If you want, you're here, you showed up, so I'm going to use you. Please.
What I've heard all night is we have to go quickly, so.
Okay.
Yeah, we want you to get a mic.
Yeah, oh, Sean's going to
Bring him on.
Sorry, Kelly, thank you.
You guys have used up all the batteries tonight. It's impressive. So what is it exactly you want me to speak to?
About the cost per marker and what the markers look like.
About 2 years ago, we asked Brian Murphy, who was working with PBAC at the time, to cost out just for the post, for the fabrication and the labeling and the marking, and it was about $160 per post. That does not include staff time for putting them in. It doesn't include any of the labor or anything. Just for the posts would be about $160. And the various trails have various lengths, so various number of posts. But we broke all of this out in the documents that we sent forward that would give us a ballpark figure. And the ballpark would be, if we do about, if Reston Association does about $10,000 a year for the next 5 years, every trail will be marked. Now, something to think about. This is, I have to apologize because this is kind of blindsiding you, but I had a conversation with someone today who works for the developing community, and the question that came back to me was, why isn't this part of the proffer process that you require this of developers, and why doesn't Reston Association have a package that anytime somebody comes in, they say, our paths are wonderful amenities, and they're the most popular amenity we have in Reston, but they are also an integral part of the transportation network, and therefore developers need to step up, and this is what's going to cost.
Yep.
So I think the combination of those two things is useful. I think PBAC and the new multimodal transportation committee as we go forward, I think it's a little bit beyond our current skill set to give you guys those kind of figures, but we are very happy to work with whoever on staff or whoever consultant you bring in to help frame that so that you have a package every time a developer calls you and says, what kind of money do you want for this? You can say, well, I just happen to have my numbers here.
Can you repeat the dollars, and you had said how much?
For the markers, it's about $160 a marker.
And how many per?
It depends on the trail, because there's a marker about every half mile. Does that make sense? About every half mile? Mm-hmm. That seems like that's pretty far apart.
Mm-hmm.
I think they're closer. You know what? Let me think. They are about every half mile. Yeah.
I agree. I think that's a great idea
that you
to
threw out, though. Wasn't there like an annual number that you were?
Oh, yes.
About 10,000.
Yes. For the ones that are currently planned, somebody has gone out and walked them and said, this is where we want to put this marker. It's a little bit more or less each year, but it averages out to about $10,000 a year. That's just to fabricate the markers. That's not putting them in, and that's no maintenance.
Mm-hmm. We would have to factor that in, but getting them in the ground, and that's a great concept, and that's exactly what Larry and I need when we're working with these corridor properties or anybody new coming in. So I think the question on the table is, do you want us to put money in for 2016, or do you want us to seek, putting a package together and seek outside funds? And this is where it's just giving us direction as to what we need to put in the 2016 or 17 budget. Julie?
I think we need to put it in the budget, and I think any actions that we can take to make it so it doesn't cost us is to the good.
Right, exactly.
But how can we not have our trails marked?
Jeff?
$10,000,
Mm-hmm.
right? You're saying?
Yeah.
We'd put it in there and try to recoup it by other means.
Okay.
In 2016 and 17, so
Right.
20 over 2
20,000,
years.
right.
Dannielle?
I agree with with putting it in and then trying to recoup it from others.
What's this? Office, okay. Mike?
2 points. What all do we need to accomplish before 10 o'clock tonight?
You need to get
We're-
through this list.
We're in the
How many
process,
items?
we're in the process now. And,
You've got about 9
1,
items on there.
2, 3, 4, 5,
So we gotta
6,
giddy
7,
up,
8,
right?
9, 10.
Yep.
We have
got
9
nine
items,
left.
9 items
I'm
left,
gonna use
yeah.
Kateism.
Okay.
Gotta
Okay.
giddy up.
Giddy up.
Yeah, we have 9 items.
So answer the question.
I think we should get a proffer for this. I think JBG on each of the posts, do the whole post, proffers for the lights as well.
Okay. Ray?
I like the idea of having it done, but I think it could get some kind of a sponsorship or proffer or something along those lines to pay for it.
Okay. I'll put it in the budget and try to get profits.
Okay, so we will add to budget, but look for proffers or
Exactly.
grants. Okay?
Right. Lighting pedestrian.
Okay, so the next one that you had as on the list was lighting pedestrian pathway, recreation, and community areas such as Shadowwood. 8 of you said yes, this is something we should do. 3 said annual assessment, 1 said grant, 4 said proffer, and there were 2 no responses. So,
Danielle?
What are the dollars?
well, it's
Good question.
a good question.
Big.
It's big, and we need to do a lighting plan. We're trying to work with Dominion to get infrastructure at the cost of a municipality as opposed to being charged the corporate rates. And that's how we're viewed by that entity. So that's a work in progress.
I don't see how we can say, let's include it in the budget if we don't know what the number is.
Okay.
Ditto. I think we
Danielle?
need to put
I
effort to putting
agree.
together a plan,
Right.
Okay.
project plan.
Agree. I want the lights, but would like to know how much.
We'd like to have a plan
Not for
before we.
16.
Right.
Okay.
This is a planning activity.
I think we should budget for the plan.
Right.
And the plan should give us an order of magnitude figure. And I think that could be used to go for proffers or otherwise.
Right.
So I don't have a figure yet to include, but between now and hopefully November, I can get some sense, because I don't want to make a guess as to what
Right.
it costs to get a plan.
Pull together a
So,
plan.
you know, Larry and I are working on an RFP for a lighting plan, so we will get that out and back as soon as we can. I don't know if I'm going to make it to October 22nd to have that done, but we will giddy up and see what we can do to get a correct amount in, even if it takes us to early November when we give you that additional amount. Is that fair?
Yep.
Sounds
Okay.
good. Jeff?
On a broad view, very important to get something done here. On the way to do it, I say amen to what Mike said, just ditto to Mike.
Get the plan and get back to us.
Next.
Parking at the
Your next
center.
one, improving parking at the nature center. 5 of you said yes, 4 of you said no, and funding was a bit over the map on that. 2 assessment, 3 Friends of Reston, 2 grant, 1 proffer.
Yes.
What is the cost?
About $20,000.
Say that again, Larry?
It's about $20,000.
Asphalt or?
It is the paving, yes.
You're just paving it or expanding?
Just paving was currently there.
How many spaces are we gonna have then?
Same as we have now.
We have now.
All the spaces, ADA accessibility, everything will be totally the
Remains the
same.
same.
So it's not permanent.
Yeah. Danielle, anything else?
No, it's right
No.
now the gravel's considered impervious as well.
I am I'm not, I don't want to support it for 2016.
Yeah, okay.
That's just
Julie?
me.
I don't support asphalt,
Okay.
so no.
Jeff?
I can do without this one.
Okay.
Let's get
Mike?
Friends of Reston on it. No, seriously, they did a great job of getting it built. This is a good
Right,
continuation of that.
maintain-
Yeah.
They already have a good base of support.
I echo Friends of Reston, pervious pavers.
Right?
I'm with Jeff and Mike on this.
Yeah, Friends of Reston for me.
Could I make a request? At some future board meeting, could we see financials, standalone financials on the Friends of Reston?
We certainly can. Yeah,
That's it.
okay, very good. Okay. Professional grant writer.
Okay, next one, hiring a professional grant writer or firm to assist the association in obtaining funds for major community projects. 9 of you said yes, 6 of you said put in the annual assessment, 3 Friends of Reston. So Robert is doing some legwork now. We have already expended about $1,000 to kind of put a net out with a grant writer to find out what's available to Reston Association, because we are a unique entity. You know, we're not typical. Municipalities get different things than we do. So that we're in the process of now. Do you have any updates? You and I haven't got to talk about this in a while.
Yeah, we received it basically. We received a sort of a funding report very recently, and we'll have that available at the next board meeting, which gives a breakdown of the potential donors within the area, and we'll take a look at it there at the board meeting.
So basically what that would enable us to do is if we, with the report where we could go after dollars, then it costs us a certain amount to go after each one. And I'm sorry, hand him the microphone and give a flavor of what that would cost and how much, if we were to put money aside for a grant writer in the 2016-17 budget, about what that might be per year.
So that could potentially look, we could be looking at something between, say, $10,000 to $15,000, if I remember correctly. And what that really gives you is 10 to 15 funding requests. So the grant writer would go out and write letters of intent, which is basically going and asking potential donors to give a grant from either their foundation, a company, or a private organization. So that's the sort of high level that we would have. We'd most likely contract with a grant writer for anything between a 3 to 4, 5 month period, which would give us access to those potential grant offerings as such.
Okay. Ray, we'll start with you. Questions?
On one question, Kate, what do you think the payback's going to be on this? What multiple can I expect if you hire a grant writer? What multiple is he going to bring, or she?
Go ahead, please, Robert, answer for me.
That's to be determined, but you could, if you invest, say, 10 to 15,000, we could potentially have 2, 3, 4, 5 times that in return, depending on the grants that go out. So if you simply get a grant for $20,000, it's already paid for itself.
Right.
So if you have 3 or 4 companies or organizations that are willing to give $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, so yeah, it's something that I would recommend we definitely look into, because the return on investment there is good.
Yeah, I understand that,
Potential.
but anytime you go into something like that, if I spend $10,000, how much am I going to get back?
Well, there's nothing guaranteed, right?
I'm not asking for guarantees, but there's got to be a projection that any business would have. If I'm investing $100,000 into a project, what's my expected payback on it?
I don't think my brain is working properly. So maybe what we need to do is give a report back. You said by the next, we'll have that by
Yep.
by
next board meeting.
the board meeting on the 22nd. Of what is the potential out there, and because the report will show the types of grants, meaning dollar
Yep.
amount that we
Yep.
could get for things. Does that help you?
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, some kind of a range of values, and nobody's going to get it exactly right.
It's
You
exactly
never
what
do.
that. It's got a range.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So I can't. Let me answer that on the 22nd.
Okay.
Mike?
I've chased grants. I've been successful. It is a lot of work. It's a lot of work.
That's why I want to hire somebody to do it.
I hear you, and I echo that question too. What's the return? This is not an easy thing to do. The organization really needs to get behind
Get a professional.
making it successful. You can write proposals. Everybody gets lots of proposals. What we're looking for is a mechanism that will actually bring in additional resources to support some of the things we could do. The Walker Nature Center, the Friends of Reston is essentially a vehicle that should be doing that. So I'm interested. I'm very open-minded, but I'd like to be reasonably certain it's going to be productive.
Jeff?
I think it's a different approach that we probably haven't taken before, and I think it's worth exploring. If we're talking in the $10,000 to $20,000 range, I want to see the report, but I have a pretty good feel for what's out there and what our possible return is, and I think it's probably worth a shot to include in the budget this year.
But, Julie?
I would concur that if we properly evaluate and kind of downsize the right ones so that we're just not papering the world with grants. I think there's probably some that would be very germane to our organizations. I think it would be wonderful if Friends of Reston happened to just have somebody who was a grant writer in their staff, and that would certainly be a way to perhaps assist. So I think we should give it a go. Maybe it's a partial position, but I think it's worth exploring.
This is a contractor. Yeah, we're going to contract this out.
Yeah.
Okay. Dannielle?
I think it's worth exploring, but I really would like to be seeing Friends be our fundraising arm. I don't know if we need professional fundraisers or people with experience in fundraising. I don't know who's on the board now, but perhaps making that more of an active vehicle.
And Friends.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Like to pursue it?
You want to put it in?
Yeah. And we'll provide additional information on the 22nd, right?
Yes.
Okay, good. All right.
So the next one is updating information technology, internal and external systems to enhance our members' experiences with online purchasing, telephone response times, human resource data processing, reporting and tracking facility maintenance requests, and financial business processes. The items highlighted in red, we are currently exploring, and this month, my team will be coming to you with a plan for initiating this activity this year with capital dollars that have already been set aside to tackle it. It's just like the document management and software application, it's going to have implications that will, that with licensing fees and things like that will go out. All of that has already been incorporated into the 2016 budget, so those are not the items that are under consideration. I hate to say this, but we've already budgeted for it. It's much needed, and I would not recommend not doing it. We have a very old point-of-sale system, and it's got to be replaced. But what we're looking at will also pick up those other two items on reporting and tracking facility stuff and looking at maintenance requests. So we're kind of, I don't want to say killing birds with stones, but we're looking at being able to do a lot with that. So 9 of you said yes, 7 said annual assessment. We do need to address telephone response, human resource data processing, financial business processes. We need to look at that as well. I don't know if we've actually come up with numbers on those other white-lined items. I think we did with telephone, and have we? With upgrading telephones and things like that?
Yeah, we do. I don't have it with me now.
Okay.
Okay.
I think yes. We kind of established that as one of our priorities, our strategic priorities. That for me, it's an easy call. And I think it's okay, we spend a lot of not a lot, but the necessary assessment money on it, but I also think we should be looking at, fees associated with that storefront. When people register for a camp, just, every time I buy a Nationals ticket, it's $2.50 for the online processing. And I don't think that's unreasonable to incorporate that type of online billing schedule on there. That's common. That's anywhere you go now, you do an online purchase, there's a processing fee associated with that. And I don't think that's unreasonable to help pay for the convenience, the additional convenience.
I think Mike had his, do you have a little something to say there when we were
Yeah,
like,
I
whoop?
guess the only comment I wanted to make to the processing fee is that the advantage to the upgraded storefront technology is really about the member experience. It's really about getting our members to do transactions online rather than coming into member services. So, it's kind of like dealing with the Department of Motor Vehicles. You really want to encourage the use of online transactions, and sometimes even that small fee can be an impediment to some people that would typically rather come in and transact business over the counter. That can be a deterrent, even if it's a small 50 cents or $1 charge. So this is really about improving the experience and having an online e-commerce functionality that really encourages members to do things from home. So
I completely appreciate that. I think that knowing a lot of our members, that they'd be willing to pay that dollar not to have to come in here to register for their camp. Happily.
So I know that we did look at this, and when David Harris was here, bled over with Robert, and what we determined when we went to our credit card banking companies and all of this, that it would be more advantageous for us to go ahead and roll that into the fee itself. So it wasn't a separate fee, which I think is what we have done with our programming, is that we've rolled in that processing fee to it. So it's not a separate, when you go to checkout, it's not separate. It's already in the expense of buying that program.
Okay, then I would want to be sure that it's clear, from our perspective anyway, that we're upping the price of what's being bought to reflect, some percentage of the upgrades that we're doing. Right, so it just doesn't get lost. We're just adding this as a new expense. I would really like us to see us in a mode of recouping some of the investment costs.
I do think too, and I think Robert's probably going to get ready to say is for the online stuff that we're talking about, the stuff in red, I think that we are neutral. It was budget neutral for us, so we're not increasing the assessment. We were able to, with the funds that were available to us to do the capital, we're going to be turning into operating expenses. We did with the document management with everybody's permission here, but we were actually able to take money, programmer dollars out of our information technology and put it instead toward licensing fees. So for the red stuff, we're neutral. We were able to achieve that without doing an assessment increase. It's the stuff in white that's different. It's the telephone response time. It's the human resource data processing and financial business process where I'm not so sure we're going to be able to recoup costs on that.
I hate to say from a business perspective, we're making an investment in technology. We should be expecting a return for that investment in technology. Either it should be reducing our cost of doing transactions. We shouldn't be looking at this.
How about more transactions? How about, because it's easier to purchase, we're having people purchase more things. I think that's really where we're going to see the ROI, because we've got a lot of people who are kind of turned off by our registration process. Oh, I'm going to shut up because we've got a bunch of people over there. Yeah. So does Melissa. She's like, I'm covering this in the next meeting, right? On Monday, you're covering all this?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. I don't want to kill any more time tonight, then, but that's. Okay. I want to see an ROI for some of these big.
You're going to be prepared to show that ROI on Monday night, right? Yes, they are. You get your question answered, sir.
Smiling faces.
Yes.
Okay, Robert?
Yes.
No, I'm good, I'm good.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Julie?
They should have shut me down faster.
I say we need to do it, even if it costs us some money up front, where we recoup the costs in the long run, make it out of the assessment our operating expense dollars.
Good luck, Kathy. Danielle?
I don't want to offend anybody, so that's always a nice way to start a conversation. But I feel that, we spent so much time going through all these things, so I feel like I've been in a grocery store really careful with my money, and now I'm in the checkout line, and I'm like, oh, that's great, that's great, that's great. So I feel like I'm just lost without any knowing the dollars. Like, I see the dollars down here for one of them, and that's great. I'm all for that. But I don't know what we're adding to our assessment right now.
And that's what we need to come back to you with in
Okay.
October. And that was, I mean, we're just going back to what you, on the 22nd. We're
Right.
going back to what you said, members wanted, and this was some of what members and staff wanted. Actually, this is staff-driven. And the things in white have been on the docket for over, I'd say over 6 or 7 years. And usually at budget time, they're the ones that get cut. So there's some things that we haven't done because we're attempting to save assessment dollars, and that's left on the table. So, and that's, 9 of you said yes, and this should be done with the assessment, and, we try to do some revenue neutral stuff, but there's some stuff that we need to do that.
Yep, so I'd just like to see the dollars before, I'm all for it. It's great. I just want to know what the dollars are.
Okay.
Which we'll find out Monday, right?
For the red
For the
stuff.
white ones?
For the red stuff. The white stuff, I'll get those, because
Okay.
I know we've costed those out.
We'll put that into the next budget draft.
Okay, thanks.
But maybe I can answer that before the next budget draft, because I think we costed those things out.
Yeah, we just
Those.
need to get the latest list.
Yeah, but we will include it in the next budget draft, and we'll get the separated list for you.
Thank you.
Mike?
Okay, I'm gonna be the heavy.
Mhm.
We got 10 minutes, right? We said we're gonna leave at 10.
Actually,
We are.
10:10. I think I
10:10.
said 10:10. You got 20 minutes.
10:10? We can leave early.
You can.
We can leave. I agree completely with Danielle. We need the numbers. I think that we need to also demonstrate the return on investment. If you buy technology and it doesn't improve your performance, there's something wrong.
I agree with Dannielle also. I also agree with Kate that you fold it into the price. Many will perceive this processing fee as being nickel and dimed, and people hate to be nickel and dimed. So no processing fee.
But roll it into the price, so we recoup the cost.
You
That's
fold
fine
it in.
too.
Yes, recoup the
And it doesn't
cost.
have to be, and we'll figure that.
Recoup some of the cost. It's probably a split, but
Right.
gosh, let's get something.
Yeah, absolutely.
1, 2, 3, 4, do we want to save that for the next draft, or we're to continue?
I'll put it in the next draft, but show you the numbers. You can always say, on the 22nd. No, pull it. So the next one is recreational maintenance, upkeep, investment, including ball field irrigation, lights, restroom access, storage facilities at pools and tennis facilities, fencing at garden plots, natural area maintenance tools, improved landscaping, and quote-unquote curb appeal. So the natural areas maintenance tools I already included in the 2016 budget, because you can't maintain hedges if you don't have nippers. So I went ahead and included that in. It's the,
Nippers.
the nippers, nippers on that. So there's a long little laundry list of different things that you all said you were interested when you were identifying it. So they would need to have, all the stuff in white would need to be costed, although I think the improved landscaping is currently, it's really being addressed right now, but by what Mike, Laura, and Larry are working on with maintenance standards. So that's probably something we could kind of cross out. But the fencing, the storage facilities at pools and tennis facilities, restroom access, lights, ball field irrigation would need to be costed out. What has been costed out, and we need to come back to you with that, so I don't think it's fair to say yes to all of those until you get to see the fees on that. However, on curb appeal, we had given you had received last month or earlier this month, here's what it would cost to focus in on maintaining those median curbs. And hopefully you took an opportunity to drive down South Lakes to see what a fantastic job the team did on the area between South Lakes, between Soapstone and Sunrise Valley.
Looks great.
It is phenomenal.
It really does.
It is phenomenal.
Really does.
And then if you got to do it before last week, you would have seen the other side of South Lakes and what it looks like when it's not maintained. Staff went out because homecoming is coming up and they wanted to make sure that South Lakes looked nice for the folks who will be standing along, which is very nice of you,
What do
Mike,
I have
to do
to
that.
do on Wheelie?
Well, this is what you have to do in order to get Wheelie done.
Spend $150,000.
Right. So this is the equivalent is about $156,000. It's a combination of capital and operating. Capital is going to be a one-time expense in 2016. Am I saying that correctly? Right? And then operating is about $145 annually. So for 2016, it would be $156K, which is about $755 to the annual assessment.
Can I start on this one?
Sure.
Do it. Get it done.
Ray?
Do it, take it out of the infrastructure bank, don't increase the assessment.
Okay.
It's O&M, it's not capital.
I'm sorry?
What'd you say, Jeff?
I said it's O&M, it's not capital. We
can adjust
operating
that,
expense.
Just the 11,000 in the.
Yeah. What's your pleasure, Jeff?
This is an annual number, right?
That's an annual number.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
145 would be a new annual
That's a
number.
permanent.
But it wouldn't be, we could try it for a year, right? See whether or not it.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, I think I'm inclined.
Mike was like, we're not going to just try it for a year, because once I go out and do those curbs, I want to maintain them. Am I
Okay.
speaking what you would say?
And once everybody sees them,
You're going to want to maintain them that way
Right.
continuously.
I think that this is one of those things that people are going to say, what are you doing spending all that money? But when they see the result
Yeah.
and the improvement to our community, I think that they will expect it and say, gosh, the curbs weren't done on time. Why wasn't that curb cut this time? So I think let's go ahead and do it. Let's go ahead and bite the bullet. Because it impacts our community and our property
Absolutely.
values. That's
Absolutely.
I'm tired of seeing trees grow out of curbs.
Yeah,
Yes,
me too.
Julie.
That's hard. That's going to be hard. People are going to balk at that. But it's a good spend
Yeah.
for everybody.
Julie?
I say spend it, I'd like us to look better.
Mm-hmm. Good. Danielle?
I can feel the pressure. I am all for, yes, definitely doing it, but I definitely would like to hear back from somebody as to what VDOT is saying, how were
Absolutely.
these
Right.
conversations, because they did this and
Right.
Yep,
they went.
Yeah.
they're advocating.
And if they see we've approved it, they're going to be like,
They're going to be very happy.
yeah.
They'll probably take credit for it.
Right.
Okay, sorry.
MRCC.
Oh, remember we're on camera.
Magazine article leading up.
Jeff, remember we are on camera.
I know. I love our
Kate, Mike, you want to say something?
No, I think we're good.
Okay, we're good.
So we got the other items, so, on this list.
The other items, I think, we need to cost out and bring back to you. So
Yeah.
I'm not inclined to say, let's put it on the 2016 list yet, because I think we need to cost those out,
Right.
if that's fair.
Yeah.
Okay?
Cost
we'll-
them out and we'll get to see them.
Correct.
Yes, great. Yep.
Clusters feasibility.
We got 4 minutes to 10,
We can do this.
plus 10 minutes.
Oh, we have 10 minutes.
No, we have 4
After
minutes.
10.
We can do it.
We can do it. I think we can do it.
Okay.
We only have 3 more.
Exploring feasibility of providing clusters with services such as snow removal, landscaping, trash removal, bulk purchasing, etc. And this is explore feasibility. So I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say exploring feasibility isn't going to cost anything but staff time.
Right.
And if we are going to provide this, then I would expect the full cost of providing it to be picked up by the cluster that's being offered to. So why don't we just add this? This isn't going to cost you anything right now.
Yes, it's
That's
yes.
staff time, so we will put that on the docket to explore. Fair?
Fair.
Okay.
Yep.
Good show.
Without objection.
Without objection, it's okay?
Right.
Without objection.
Okay. Enhancing recreation.
Enhancing recreational programming offerings for all age groups. We did that within the budget, and obviously we would pick that up through program fees. So that was included in the 2016-17 budget. And more to come, because I'll tell you what, Laura's team has got all kinds of ideas, so more to come. Support bike resting and programming opportunities, as well as identifying bike parking racks and access. So I'll let Kelly talk about this item.
You have 2 minutes, Kelly.
No, you've got technically until 10:10.
How about I just answer your questions?
Okay.
There's no mic.
Traveling mic.
We have lots of mics. Okay, questions? Yes, Danielle.
It sounds great. How are we supporting you? And yeah, how much are you looking for and what are you going to do with it?
I sent you guys all those forms. I don't have anything in front of me in terms of it. One thing that was difficult for PBAC to come up with was an actual number of what it would cost, because we weren't sure if this would be a part-time, a full-time, a staff person. But essentially what we're looking at is the caliber of aquatics and tennis, but for biking/pedestrian programs, and the kind of support that those programs get, whether it's staff or it's, relying solely on volunteers for parts of it. A big part of it is, right now, most of what we do with bicycling particularly is done by the volunteers of the PBAC. And not that we don't love doing it, but we think it's as important and as an important part of Reston as the other programs. And so we think that a commitment needs to be made to that. I would also say, too, that in the 10 years that I've been here, just in the last 3, I have seen a phenomenal explosion in people on bicycles on the roads and the paths. And since the station opened a year ago, it's just been crazy. We just did the bike counts, and people are using our paths. And the one thing they come and say to us every time we do an open house is, how do I get from here to here? And there's portions that are missing, and we want to be able to take rides and show people those things. There's just a lot of stuff we could do if we weren't doing it on a volunteer basis, in between the other parts of our lives.
Now, what is the cost involved?
We don't know that number because we don't know how how staff would be able to do it. Could it be something that could be presently jammed into programming, Laura? Or would it be something that is so novel that you need to look at it and say, oh, we need to hire someone to do that?
Yeah.
I don't even fully understand what programming there would be for pedestrian biking.
Well, right now we do the board-led bike rides that the board members don't usually show up to lead. And so we lead them and we say the board members would be here if they could. We also are doing a lot of support for things like Bike to Work Day. What the programming could be doing is adult learn to ride classes, which are hugely successful. We could be teaching bike safety with kids. We could teach bike safety with adults. There's a number. We could be doing a more impressive bike rodeo than we do. We could be doing bike rodeos more often. It's all part of safety and enhancing the user experience.
And you also done several 55+ led bike.
Oh yeah, I lead the 55+ rides. And actually I was thrilled when you talked about the short bus, because that's the one thing they ask me every month is like, well, we want to go to the Eastern Shore and ride. And I'm like, yeah, great.
Yeah, as much, and I think providing that having our residents have access to that type of programming is great. I think that there's already programming out there offered by the county, because I know that the police do the bike rodeos, and nobody's doing any
There
bike
is-
safety stuff? I find that difficult.
There's an entity called Bike Fairfax that's part of Fairfax County DOT that exists but is unfunded. We do not have a bike coordinator. He has not been hired. They've not rehired someone since January. The police do not do bike rodeos because they don't have the time or the budget or the manpower any longer.
Well, they
The
used to,
bike
'cause
rodeo, they used to. The bike rodeos are done through the
brother-in-law
schools,
did it.
through Safe Routes to School, and that's only on an as-available basis. What's happening right now are honestly people like me who are just kind of crazed about biking, are going out and doing it in our free time. I can sometimes get a little bit of grant money from Northern Virginia Regional Commission, but as an example, and this is not to benefit me, because actually if you set up Bike Reston, it takes money out of my pocket because then people will come to Reston instead of paying me. But an LCI, League Certified Instructor, is paid $50 an hour to teach bike safety. If we were to do something through Bike Reston, then you're providing that service to many residents, and you're providing it at a quality of instruction that we would expect of aquatics and tennis.
You know, the other benefit of doing as you suggest is it raises greater credibility and attention with the county and the state in terms of pedestrian bicycle amenities in Reston. So it's, I would say, programming is certainly part of it, but also helping advocate
You
for.
can't get them to clear the snow so people can get to Metro, Mike. We're going to have to do for that.
That's exactly the point.
On
Because-
those kinds of issues.
Okay.
Yeah. And we are the only bicycle-friendly community in Fairfax County, and Fairfax County uses that in their marketing, so we ought to probably get some
There's
payback.
lots that needs to be done.
We can lead the county to a lot of things.
Yeah.
I know that some of what is listed there with the bike parking and the racks is being taken up by Friends of Reston, right?
Right.
We are beginning to get funding coming in from that. So it's really kind of the access part that we're looking at, and I think we need to come back with kind of is it advocacy more than anything?
Yes.
It could be, and a lot of this is also tying in with this idea of hiring a grant writer, is we're leaving money on the table. There are so many environmental and health and safety grants for bicycling and pedestrian, and because we don't have the expertise on our committee, we're leaving money on the table. So if that part is going to be taken care of by hiring this grant writer or this contracting with this grant writer, then you don't necessarily have to have that as part of Bike Reston, and Bike Reston gets cheaper.
Yeah.
It would seem to me that just like we have some of the corporations asking about environmental or whatever, could be something that we could say to a corporation, sponsor because of making, multimodal, the green, whatever. I'm assuming that this is something that could be done as a part-time employee rather than a full-time. And is there just that littlest bit left in that events person? Maybe
So I think maybe a recommendation is let's stick with the Friends, let's work with our grant writer to get the money that's being left on the table so
Right.
that we can further Reston's bike program.
For 2016.
For 2016. And then if we need more, come back in 2017, if we need to take a
Yeah,
different
sounds great.
approach. Is that reasonable?
How are we going to handle the advocacy part?
That's what our multimodal transportation advisory committee is for.
And the staff that's supporting it. So
Correct.
perhaps that's the way of doing that.
And
Yeah.
could we not pursue more of some of the programming activities and events that we could perhaps charge a fee for or have as part of our offered camps or weekend
We
retreats?
could have it be one of our summer camps.
Right.
Bike safety summer camp.
There is a summer camp that involves biking, but yeah, we could definitely expand that, and
Do we have
Even
capacity for it? Is
Even
it
with
sold
all the
out?
kids.
Every session sold out?
5 more minutes.
So we don't have demand for it.
We don't have a waiting list now.
but we
could it not
will
be
if you
part
do Bike
of
Reston
some of the
and
day
brand it and make it the most popular thing in the summer camps. I can help you do that.
Good.
Great.
So,
I
we're gonna come back without objection or what on this?
But without objection,
Yeah.
go through friends and grants.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
You have completed your mission for the night.
Thank you
Yeah.
very
You
much.
guys got through it all. It was awesome. So we've got a lot of stuff to
Do
do.
we need another budget meeting?
I think the next step is us to come back with what you've done. What
I think so.
have you done?
Yeah.
That's what we're gonna say, we see
Hey.
the number, what have we done?
So, I guess, well, we don't need we can't make a motion, right? Oh, board members? Thank you for your great input this evening. I think we've provided some great directions for the staff. We really, really appreciate your input. And Dannielle, you were fabulous.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
Fine. Nice to see you again.
So I guess next
We
is,
did it.
and the next is,
3 minutes early.
yeah.
Do I look like I'm a
So the next. I think we got a lot accomplished, right?